and welcome to the Knights of Last Call. My name is Derek Melenda, and apparently I had the thumbnail wrong, and no one told me. Weird. I could have swore that when I looked at it on Discord, it looked like the right thumbnail. But anyways, I had the wrong thumbnail up. So if you clicked on this thinking it was something else, it is not. So I don't know what happened there, but something happened there. Right. Let me get my lights right here. There we go. Pretty good. Welcome, everyone, to another Daggerheart related stream. Zipper Fist says we don't need no stinking thumbnails. Well, that's good, because apparently mine was wrong. Look at this. The whole thing. My whole thing is, man. It's like I haven't streamed ever before. Apparently, I've got it set up as Baldur's Gate. I'm in the wrong category. Like, to be fair, I'm not used to like Bob coming into my stream and changing it and doing all this other stuff. Anyways, welcome, everyone. How am I doing today, Genzo? Thank you. I'm doing okay. I guess is how I would respond to that. I was kind of having a little bit of a existential crisis earlier today, just because I'm not really sure what I should be streaming right now. We did a poll a little while ago, and obviously people were really excited about Daggerheart, but I've never really been, and I'm very excited about Daggerheart, but we've never been a channel, not since the very beginning, where we really focus, on one game. And then I kind of feel a little bit bad. I don't want to say bad, but I feel a little misgiven because there's like a lot of comments and people are like, I'd love to see more draw steel stuff, which, to be fair, yeah, I imagine that you do, because it seems like nobody is making draw steel content, including MCDM, which is a little strange, to say the least. But yeah, so I don't know necessarily what what help I can be there, because I'm hardly the draw steel expert. There's certainly a lot of RPGs which I have many hundreds of hours of experience with, but a brand new RPG that dropped, about a month ago or 2 months ago, not really something that I'm an expert at by any stretch of the imagination. And I don't want to give, one of the differentiators that I have from other people is like, I don't want to talk about something that I don't really know about. When I do a first look and I'm literally looking at it the first time, I'm very, very transparent about that. But, I don't want to give the impression that I am some sort of expert at a game that I am not at. So when people ask for things like more draw steel content, or more Cosmere RPG content, which again, I don't blame you, because those were big IPs, massive multi-million-dollar Kickstarters. But I don't know that I'm the right source to be talking about that. Now, if I was running a bunch of groups through Draw Steel and I was getting a lot of reps with the game, then I would probably feel in a more comfortable place to talk about it. But that's just not in the the cards right now. We're trying to pull teeth just to get this Daggerheart actual play off the ground. Schedules are a horrible pain in the butt, and I know that people love, people like Bob and Smith, and some of the classic knights like Tim. And, I'd love to get those guys on the channel here in person and having them fun. But, life is life, and sometimes they throw us curveballs and people get busy with work and families, and it's really tough, honestly. It really is tough. And I got to be honest with you. I don't know how some of these other actual plays do it. I suppose the answer is maybe most of them are either, Dimension 20 or Critical Role, and they're paid what I can only imagine is very handsomely to play these games, in which case, and it's a full it's a full production. So that makes it very easy when you're getting paid probably tens of thousands of dollars to play
Edward tipped
D&D.
$50. I'm sorry to hear you were feeling a little unsure about what to stream. You
Thanks,
can't
Edward.
please everyone. I'm glad for all of your projects and to be a part of the Knights community.
Well, thank you.
#DeRikeHype.
Thank you, Edward. I really appreciate that, and I do. And of course, look, I understand that this is a community about variety, but I think it's the downside. If I'm being honest with you, it's the downside of this community is that I have created or embraced this wide-ranging net of RPGs, and so it's only natural that when I expose, say, you to 100 different RPGs or something, that you might go, oh, I found one that I really like, and you're like, I like it when Derek talks about that one, and now that he's continuing to talk about other ones, I don't care as much anymore. So it is, as we sort of have grown and grown and grown and grown, and sort of expanded the net. And again, in the beginning, we were just, I was reminded October 1st is the first day that we shot a KOLC video. We shot it up in my old photography studio, my original photography studio. We filmed episode 1 of Rise of the Rune Lords. And it's telling, by the way, that I don't think that actually made it to air until late November. So I was sitting on that video for because I didn't really know anything about editing yet, and it took me a long time, and we had a couple videos that we kind of put together before we launched the show, because I wanted to figure out what I was doing. Anyways, but back then it was easy because we only talked about Pathfinder 2. Now, of course, even at that time, I think people know this, but obviously this gaming collection behind me is very old, so I was playing a lot of games, but at the time we were just playing Pathfinder 2, so that at least made it very easy. Anyways, welcome. Long story short, thank you, Edward. That's very, very generous of you. I really, really appreciate it. Raj says, I get why people dislike the D&D monsters on Daggerheart, but they had some cool new mechanics on the Void. The Doom effect on the Beholder Beams was quite cool, for example. I'll be honest with you, Raj. I have been running around for a long time here. The last couple of weeks have been crazy for me, running from convention to Vegas vacation and back and trying to deal with a bunch of stuff that's been going on. I actually haven't looked at the latest Void. I know. It's crazy. I'm trying to play Daggerheart, not read about it, Ira, who I'm going to be sending a Fabula Ultima prize book tomorrow, hopefully. You know what I would love to see? Derek nerding out with game designers. Think you could get some of these indie developers on the stream. Ira, yeah, I mean, we've had a couple people on. I mean, obviously, and it's been fun. It's been productive. I imagine. I don't know. I don't know how many of them would want to come onto stream. But to be honest with you, Ira, a lot of people, and this is not an attack on anything. A lot of people are very hesitant about doing live streams. I think maybe they feel like, I don't know, like I'm going to throw a gotcha at you, or maybe they're uncomfortable and they don't want to have the the spontaneousness of a live thing, and a lot of people feel like they need more time to prepare and a lot of other things. So maybe that's been some of the pushback and stuff like that. I'm not sure. No. I mean, I'm simply saying that that's not what. Let me rephrase this. I definitely think the game needs more adversaries because we only have what's in the core book. In fact, if anything, Daggerheart kind of is in the same position as our favorite, our favorite game, Fabula Ultima, right? Which came out 4 years ago, and for the past 4 years has basically only had the bestiary that came in the core book. The 3 atlases, which came out, really didn't add that many more monsters, aside from maybe like the occasional really super complicated multi-phase villain boss. And we're finally getting a bestiary, but that's not even going to release till 2026. So that's a long time to basically go with a very short list of adversaries. And while I don't necessarily love bestiary splat, I do like there to be a wide range of options that are available to us. So, which is what today is about. So this is going to be kind of a learning process for all of us, because I have not designed any Daggerheart adversaries, and I am not, by any stretch of the imagination, a expert on every single monster in the Daggerheart core rulebook. I obviously I understand the context of the game, what they're trying to do to make it interesting, but this is kind of an undiscovered country, I think, for all of us. And my knee-jerk reaction when I have seen people making environments and adversaries, my knee-jerk reaction is that I think they're making them too complicated mechanically. And that's just my knee-jerk reaction, having not really delved into it myself. And the reason I bring that up is I think, and again, maybe my philosophy on this is a bit different, but I really view the monsters and the environments. Sorry, I thought I heard someone screaming. I really view the monsters and the environments as being more descriptive rather than prescriptive. Again, what that means is this is just a suggestion of the things. It's describing the kind of things and the kind of ways that they should do things. It's not literally a list of saying they can do A, B, and C. That's it. No more, no less. They can do what's written on the, on the tin. And to a certain extent, that is how monsters work in Pathfinder 2 or D&D 4th edition or D&D 5th edition. And I would feel pretty wrong if I had a Pathfinder 2 monster and it had, this ability A and this ability B and this ability C, and during the middle of the fight, I just decided that this really needs this ability to do this cool thing, it should totally be able to cause an earthquake and rip open the ground, right? Like, let's say I made some sort of, maybe I forgot, but I made some sort of earth elemental bruiser, right? Some sort of big earth elemental guy. And, he had some sort of boulder toss ability and all this other stuff. And then in the middle of the fight, I just realized that for narrative purposes and for dramatic effect and for cinematic effect, I really would be cool if the earth elemental could shove his twin pillared stone arms into the ground and then ripple outward and sort of create this massive earthquake and rip apart a chasm, whatever. I probably wouldn't do that in Pathfinder 2. And I probably wouldn't do that in Pathfinder 2 for 3 reasons. Number one, I think there's an implicit premise in Pathfinder 2, which is that these monsters are designed to be a mechanical challenge, not a cinematic roadblock. And that obviously is implying that I think the Daggerheart monsters are designed to be a cinematic roadblock. So that's number one. Number two, I think there's an inherent premise that there is a degree of, fairness and a degree of, I'm going to play by the rules, you're going to play by the rules. Do you have the ability to beat my creature without me sort of cheating behind the screen? Can you beat the monster? And number three, given that we care about things like fairness and balance, especially in a math-based game, if I'm just pulling this ability out of my ass, am I even going to get the statting on it right? Am I going to make it do way too much damage? Is the DC going to be way off? Is there, am I missing some key elements or some key components? So I'd be very loath. In fact, I would almost probably never do that. Now, shift that over to, say, me playing Dungeon World, a PBTA game. Now, in a PBTA game, monsters don't have moves. They have instincts and they have generic descriptions of the type of stuff that they might do. And to be clear, we see this DNA. Shout out Fabulous Ultimate Kickstarter, by the way, over $1 million raised. We see this in whatever this game is called, Daggerheart. We see this in when we look at a monster's stat block, which I'm sure is here somewhere. There we go. Come on, PDF, load. I believe in you. Where we see things like motives and tactics, and obviously we don't have instincts, but between motives, tactics, and I would say experiences, this is kind of all you really got in Dungeon World. In Dungeon World, if you had the Apprentice Assassin monster, it would probably be like a paragraph of flavor text that was, quite frankly, not my favorite. I don't like the writing style that they used in Dungeon World. And then it would say things like, it would say, what are its, what does it do? It acts recklessly. It kills. It proves its worth. It shows off. And that would be all you would use in order to guide your GM moves with this monster. So on one hand, we have 4th edition Pathfinder 2. On the other hand, we have PBTA. And to be honest with you, Daggerheart exists in the middle. And so I think that rightfully so, we shouldn't just have, motives and tactics and that's it. But I also don't think that we should have to go, fully and create these really, really complicated, long, elaborate monster stat blocks, because number one, I think it becomes too much of a cognitive burden. Number two, especially because of the way that Daggerheart's, spotlighting and GM moves systems work, the more abilities that are written on a monster, the more you kind of have to figure it out. And, if you have 3 different monsters, 3 different monster types, and they each have a list of 3 or 4 actions, then technically every time you get an opportunity to make a GM move, and maybe you're deciding I'm going to spotlight an adversary to use one of those actions, now you've got to figure out, okay, which of the 2 or 3 actions am I going to pick from this monster? Which of the 2 or 3 actions I'm going to pick from this monster? Which of the 2 or 3 actions I'm going to pick from this monster? So you're really picking between 9 different actions. And I think it could become a little bit overwhelming. But also, I think some people are really trying to make sure that they cover all the bases of what this monster could do. And so rather than relying on the fact that Daggerheart is a game that allows for a lot of, in my opinion, GM expression, by just saying, this feels appropriate for this monster and I'm going to make the GM move. And if it feels like I'm being particularly harsh with it, then maybe I'll spend a fear when I take that action to sort of justify, using some sort of more powerful ability. However, number one, not every GM is comfortable just throwing stuff out there. So I do think there's a value to having stats. And number two, one of the fun things about Daggerheart, is that the design of the monsters and the player characters is, a little bit more gamey, and one of the complaints I have when I go and say play Dungeon World is I go, hey, this is fun and all, but man, this just feels like we're just making everything up. It'd be cool if there was actually a little bit of a game here that we are interacting with and playing around with. So again, I think that it's important that we, understand what it is that we're trying to get this thing across. And I probably have my own thoughts and measures, and I'm sure these will change as I get more and more and more experience with Daggerheart. But what I thought we could try to do tonight is, come up with maybe 2 adversaries or something like that. If we reach our tip goal, super chat goal, maybe we'll come up with a 3rd or a 4th. But if we want to hang out, I know that the Critical Role Campaign 4 kicks off tonight. I'm not sure what time that kicks off, but so that we'll probably lose a ton of people at that time. It's also try to, again, with me, I'm trying to figure out what it is that audiences want. And people said, hey, we want to see people creating environments and adversaries and the like. Got it. So 10 p.m. So we got 3 hours and 40 minutes, I guess, before people get to watch more people play D&D. So hello to everyone. Let's see. Raj says, I feel the same. I think the reason for that is that D&D people are more likely to post what they created, and they create with the D20 mentalities. Right. You don't necessarily, like in Daggerheart, I don't know that I need to describe that a slime can't be knocked prone, because we don't have to worry about getting into that level of mechanical ability. Derek Rawlings says, especially with top-down designs, people kitchen sink them a fair amount. I personally have to fight it hard in my own design. Jackal says, most level 1 draw steel monsters stat blocks don't even fit on half a page. I do think that those things are really complicated for sure. So, first things first, I just want to kind of give you, this is not great for our chances to actually, complete things here. Take care, Genzo. This is not a good sign that we're going to be able to finish everything, but that's how it goes sometimes, I guess. So the first thing I want to do is this is just my personal rubric for those of you who may be curious about what is it what are some of the things that I try to do when I make a game, when I make a campaign. Now I know Daggerheart doesn't have alignment, but we can kind of pretend that it does, sort of. Is this thing? There we go. I didn't know if is my thing dead? Oh no. Oh no. People, we may have a. Oh wait, we might be able to save it. Looks like we might have a dead whiteboard situation here. Can we give it power? Can you come to life? Recitation. All right, looks like it's coming online. All right, perfect. Here we go. So, touch must be on. Jesus, this thing is messed up. Okay. So, as I was trying to say, the oh my goodness. When I'm what is going on? Man, did something get like updated or something because they turned off our power today, so my computer reset. But this is acting crazy. All right. There we go. So anyways, one of the things I try to do, and I know, why is that doing that? Maybe I'm dragging it over the. One of the things that I try to do when I am starting a new campaign is monsters are cool. Man, I don't know why my pencil is doing that. That's very weird. It is definitely tracing some weird things there. Okay, let's try that. I don't know why it's doing that, but it is. All right, sorry about that. Weird things. So as I was trying to say, all right. Well, I guess we're gonna have to. All right, you know what? Fuck Microsoft Whiteboard. I guess Microsoft Whiteboard is being a pain in the ass today. I guess we're gonna have to go to Excalidraw. Okay. Okay. No, I do not remember how to change the background. Here we go. Okay, there we go. All right, times is really crazy. All right, so lastly, when I'm creating a campaign, one of the things that I really like to define are the humanoids. Okay, monsters are cool and all, but all right, I guess my tablet is completely fucked right now. I have no idea why that is doing this. What is going on? Man, I've never seen this thing act this weirdly badly before. Maybe it's because I'm charging it or something. I don't know. Fuck this. Wow. This is a disaster. Holy crap. All right. I think My YouTube crashed too. All right. Wow. Okay. Well, this has been a real shitstorm of a stream so far. I guess I'm just gonna have to use fucking. Yeah, that was really, 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 really weird. I do not know even remotely close to what was going on there. So I know Daggerheart doesn't have alignment, but one of the things that I like to do when I am creating a campaign is I like to think about my humanoids, and I like to think about like, and again, we don't really need to use alignment per se, but I still think about it in terms of alignment, even if we don't necessarily have to worry about alignment like we used to. So what I like to tend to think about is, Jesus Christ, I swear they go out of their way to make these quote unquote drawing app things as unhelpful as possible. It's like as if they could make it somehow. Oh, man. All right. So I like to think about the enemies in terms of, the people in my campaign. And one of the ways that I think a lot of campaigns get really messed up is I think they include way too many humanoids. Adventure paths are really bad at this. Now, of course, I'm not trying to say that you can literally not use anything, but one of the things I do is at the beginning of a campaign, I tend to pick 9 humanoid or demi-humanoid races, and that's kind of all I use in the campaign. I use them for, random encounters. I use them for villains. I use them for allies. I really tend to just stick to those 9 races that I pick at the beginning of a campaign. And I tend to like to have different people kind of occupy these different slots. So typically, right, humans are my neutral list. Now again, for example, we may not have halfling on here. That doesn't mean there aren't no halflings in our campaign. It just means that they're not.
CPTN Smitty tipped $5.
Hey,
listening
thanks.
to you live for the first time, so not at X 1.75. Still worth it. Glad to catch you. Saluting face emoji.
It's funny how many people watch me on the VOD and then go, "Oh man, listening to you not at sped up speed, you sound drunk." Thank you, Captain Smitty. I appreciate you, and thanks for joining us live. I appreciate it. Hopefully, you can hang out with us and share your thoughts. So, when I'm creating a game, this isn't necessarily every single race, but it's the important races, right? And I like to have both allies and villains and a variety of different things. So, for example, in my campaign, maybe I go, I really want there to be. I want dwarves, to be important. And that doesn't just mean, there's a player race of dwarves. No, I mean, like, we're going to feature dwarven kingdoms, and dwarves are going to be kind of central to our story. And again, we don't really have to follow this alignment chart anymore. I mean, I just traditionally did it because alignment did exist in D&D. But maybe in our game, dwarves are lawful good. Maybe they're lawful neutral. Maybe, I doubt they'd be chaotic neutral. Maybe they're neutral good. Maybe they're lawful neutral in our game, but maybe they're lawful good. So we have all these different side of options that we can go through. Now, that being said, I do pay particular attention, I should say, to the chaotic neutral, chaotic evil, neutral evil, and lawful evil boxes, because a lot of times these are going to be some of the main protagonists that my party encounters. And one of the mistakes I think that people make is sort of jumbling all the monstrous demi-human races all into one sort of big bucket. And I don't like doing that. And one of the things I've been doing for many years is trying to distinguish between these different categories and how do they feel different and how do they act differently. And one of my favorites, monstrous races of all times would be, or is, I should say, the orcs. Now, traditionally in D&D, orcs have belonged here in chaotic evil. But I feel like the chaotic evil space is one that number one, there's a lot of competition here, and it's not always the it's not always the most interesting of the chaotic evil races. And also, given that we do see the prevalence of orcs as occasionally as a player race or as a human race or a playable race, I don't think it necessarily makes much sense that they should be, chaotic evil. And again, I know we moved away from these alignments.
Missed the
hey,
birthday
Israel, thank
stream.
you.
We'll need to catch the rest later. Got a Brindlewood game in a bit.
Fantastic. Brindlewood Bay is awesome. Definitely a game I want to experiment with. Again, I don't like mysteries, but I do like Brindlewood Bay. I like the way that it approaches it because I'm bad at mysteries, but I like stories. Thank you, Israel. Appreciate the late birthday gift, and thank you for the tip. So, long story short, I, for a long time, do not consider the orcs, and again, ignore the alignment perspective here. But I really don't like the orcs as chaotic evil. I really like orcs as chaotic neutral. And the reason why I put this in here is because I really like the idea of a sort of a race that is violent and potentially an enemy, but isn't evil. Now, when I say this, again, I don't want to get into like the D&D alignment perspective, but I really want to kind of draw the difference between, say, gnolls, which tend to be my go-to chaotic evil race. I love gnolls. Okay. Gnolls are the kind of people, if you've watched Firefly, right? They're going to rape you to death. Rape you to death, eat you, and then sew your skin into their clothing. And if you're very, very lucky, they'll do it in that order, right? To me, that's chaotic evil. It's beyond the pale. It's depraved. It is without reason. It is murderous in a way that we have a hard time even understanding. So, for me, gnolls are kind of that. They kind of occupy that space. Okay. I, over the years, have really appreciated and come to really like the orcs as a sort of chaotic neutral race or of creatures. And for this, I actually take a lot of inspiration from Clobster Roll. Insert good message here. Thank you, Clobster Roll. I really appreciate that. Clobster Roll loves gnolls. Let's see here. Really good message for live stream on Daggerheart Adversary creation. All right, Clobster Roll. Your message is, let's forge some legends tonight. Orcs, monsters, let's bring the storm and make these Daggerheart adversaries unforgettable. Thanks, Clobster Roll / GPT. So, thanks, Clobster. So I really like. So when I think gnolls, when I think chaotic evil, I think, almost not functioning, right? Kill each other, turn on each other, just this violent psychopath. So for me, that's gnolls, and I like orcs because I love the idea of a race, again, as one of my primary sort of antagonists, that is kind of like a Klingon, right? It's kind of Klingon-esque. It's maybe a little, Dothraki, maybe a little Aiel, if we're getting a little Wheel of Timey. Maybe it's a little Viking-esque. So I like the idea of this, this warrior culture, savage, but with a, kind of a strange honor.
Aaron has tipped $25. Ready to see those fancy dice in action. Daggerheart AP when?
Thank you, Aaron ZW. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Hey, that's our tip goal reached. Got to appreciate it. So I guess we'll be here for a little bit. So hopefully we'll get to making these adversaries quicker. Hopefully it doesn't take me as long as it takes me to do anything, Aaron. Speaking of which, we do have these beautiful Daggerheart Knights of Last Call official Daggerheart AP dice. So Aaron, truthful answer is that we were originally planning on playing in person here at my house with my bedroom studio setup. I purchased a bunch of really cool new expensive cameras that are designed for a studio environment, high-end professional broadcasting cameras that are designed. Again, they don't have screens or anything like that. Like, they're not meant for taking pictures. They are literally just meant for broadcasting. And we're going to have 3 players, bringing back some of the classic favorites from across Knights of Last Call history. Unfortunately, one of our members that was slated to be a player has had some major family stuff come up, and their schedule is essentially a gigantic question mark / unavailable until the end of time, until further notice. And they're doing the right thing, and they're being a stand-up champion dad, and they've got some major family stuff to deal with over the next several months, who knows how long, an undeterminable number of time. So again, I mean, nothing official. This has just happened recently, so nothing official has been decided yet. I don't know what we should do or how we should work around this. I think doing the actual play with 2 people is not going to be the vibe that I want, but finding a third person can be challenging. And to be completely honest with you, when someone's going to be on my show, ideally they are going to be great at engaging with the camera and the audience. They're going to have a certain level of charisma and humor and ability to really make it fun and exciting. They're going to be proficient at the game. They're going to know what they're going to do. They don't have to be like an expert at the game, but it's helpful if they actually know the game. And they need to be consistent, and they need to be able to make shows. Unfortunately, and generally speaking, I'll take 3 out of the 4 of those. But believe it or not, it can be very difficult to find talent who is able to do all those. In fact, I know some really great people who are really funny and really charismatic, but they can't commit, and or it's not something that they're interested in doing. Maybe they don't want to play for a live studio audience. Understandable. Maybe they're really great at the game, but they're not a social butterfly. They're not a camera person. So, it's tough. So again, right now we are kind of spinning a little bit because, again, I don't know. This just happened, and we're trying to figure out how we can go forward from here and what we should do and how we should do it. And I haven't figured it out yet. So basically, we had 3 players lined up, and for the time being, as far as I've been informed, one of those 3 players is going to be basically unavailable. So, I don't feel like it would be. I don't think it'd be weird. I think it'd be weird to play with just 2 people. We could do it, but it would be weird. 3 people, I think, is a great number. 4 is fine, of course. 3 and 4 are fine. 5 is probably too much, and I'd rather not. 2 is a little strange. So, Klingon, Dothraki, Aiel, Viking-esque, warrior culture, savage, but with a strange honor. So this is my idea of what I like for the orc. I love this kind of adversary because don't get me wrong, they're a bad guy. In my mind, they are maybe raiding and pillaging. Maybe they're they're killing people, and they're taking whatever. Maybe they might even be enslaving people, for all I know. So they are definitely evil, right? In a definition of the word evil, full stop. But culturally, I separate them from literal murderous psychopaths, demonic, crazed gnolls, reavers from Firefly and stuff like that. So again, I did put them in the antagonist box, right? I consider chaotic, neutral, and then obviously all three evil boxes to be the ones that the players are somewhat, going to likely antagonize. And specifically, the chaotic neutral box and the lawful evil box might be the ones where the players sometimes get into sort of a bit of a gray area. They are unlikely to ever, assuming we're in any sort of, heroic concept, to really have much in common or overlap with the neutral evil or the chaotic evil, enemies. So, anyways, this is just a random aside. This is how I like to do it. And so I fill in this, and then I have sort of my 9 core. And again, there might be a group of, orcs who have abandoned, they have abandoned their warrior raiding roots, and they have embraced the way of the leaf, and now they're chaotic good. And, and you find this group, this commune, right, of orc druids, and they are trying to live in peace with their fellow creatures and with nature. And you could, don't get me wrong, this is not a monoculture, but it allows me to sort of contextualize, these are the limited number of pieces that I have to work with. And I find that to be much more empowering for me as a GM, because instead of having to worry about 150 different races and every adventure, it's like, oh, here's a new race of, here's a new monstrous race that, yep, they're intelligent and they have a culture. And you're like, there's too many. This is just a side rant. More monster manuals need to stop. They need to start giving us more monsters and stop giving us less. They need to start giving us more monsters and less people. More monsters, less people. I think we have enough people. And by that, I mean, humanoids. I mean people that could fundamentally function as a player character, right? 2 legs, 2 arms, some sort of cultural, society, a brain, 2 eyes, the general mold of a human. We have a lot of those, and we need more monsters. We need less people. So every time I see a monster in a monster book, and it's not a monster, it's just another. It's a weird. It's like, oh, it's a slug creature, and you're like, oh, okay, and you're like, but it's intelligent, and they have their own language, and they use tools, and they use items. I mean, the classic example I use of this is the Sugathi. Okay, by the way. This is literally my go-to. So this is a Sugathi. If you haven't seen this before, this is a Sugathi. It is a tentacled. It is a centipede worm creature with like these weird compound eyes and this, it looks like a freaking ass blaster from the Tremors movie, and it's got these, chitinous legs. Horrific, obviously. And then you read it, and this is not AO. And then you read it, and it's like, its intelligence is 14. They are, they use equipment. They have, they just have like their own culture and ecology. They live in the thing. It's like, why this should just be a monster. Why can't it just be a monster? So that's my problem with the Sugathis. Yeah. So any case, to my knowledge, there is no orc in the Daggerheart book. I could be wrong. Hopefully I'm not wrong. Somebody tell me if I'm wrong. I don't think there's an orc. So I figured we can make an orc. I am wrong. There is an orc. All right. Well, then never mind. All right. Well, we need more orcs. Where is there an orc? Oh, yeah. No, I'm not worried about. Yeah. Forget all the. I'm not talking about a player race. I'm talking about, I'm talking about monster. Although, a good place to start is with the orc ancestry. Now, again, I'm sort of, taking my own spin on this because, of course, orcs are, they're going to be very, they're going to be kind of really nice for everybody, and try to, kind of come into this. But yeah, so I basically want to make an orc adversary. Hey, Travis, thank you so much. What's up, Derek? Speaking of more monsters, I need an Eldrazi adversary for a one-shot coming up. Curious what mechanics in Daggerheart you feel like would give an Eldrazi vibe. Well, Travis, that's going to be that's going to depend on whether or not it's a tied to Ulamog or Emrakul or Kozilek. Obviously, we could try to come up with, it depends on how hard in the paint you want to go. If you want to come up with some sort of annihilator thing, something like that, and wipe people out as you attack. So there is that. Correct, Zen Bullet. Yeah. So this is one of the areas where I kind of want to actually get into a specific point here, which is, and this gets back to something that 4th edition did, I think, really, really well, which is I don't necessarily want to create an orc skirmisher or an orc standard adversary. What I do want to create is a culture of orc, okay? And then use that to create specific adversary templates. Basically, a way of saying that I don't personally, this is just me, I don't think that every archer or master assassin should be exactly the same and just have a different, sort of racial element attached to it. Nor do I think that we should have a quote-unquote standard profile of an orc. I actually think that's really, really boring to just have an orc monster. So what does that leave us with, or what can we use then? Well, what that leaves us with is, and I'm going to open up a Word doc here. Right, Caleb. It's more like a jagged knife orc. That is exactly right. So, for example, we might have orcs as sort of the technical perspective of the component, but I'm just trying to make this big enough so that you guys can see it. But we might have a sort of culture associated with them, like the Iron Sworn orcs, or we might have, they might just be the Iron Sworn, or Klobster Roll. It says the Black Tooth orcs, or we might have the Thunder Hoof orcs. Now, I think this can be a really cool way to give a series of adversaries this feeling of togetherness, and they're tied together by their sort of their cultural implication and their elements that sort of tie them together as from a lore perspective. But I also think it's a great opportunity to create cool synergies within an adversary group. And to that end, obviously Daggerheart, quote unquote, learned from the best, which is to say that they kind of did it from some of the stuff that they did in 4th edition, particularly with Monster Vault and Monster Vault Threats of the Nentir Vale, is we have in Daggerheart, we have the Bruiser, we have the Horde, we have the Leader, we have Minions, we have Ranged, Skulks, Social, Solo, Standard, Support. Okay? Orcs named after their favorite indie TTRPG, Fabula Ultimorcs. I like Ultima Orcs. That's pretty good there. So these are our standard. These are what we have here. Okay. So, and Copper Blinn pointing out they do again. I don't know that they have like a hard and fast rule about how they do this or what they do this. All I can say is this is how I would do it. So one of the things that I do, and this goes, by the way, this ties back to the that grid which I was showing you before. Okay, dwarves, humans, orcs, gnolls. So the first thing I would do is I would try to understand what is this culture, right? And to be fair, you know, I am sort of this is a, you know, this is kind of a community plus an ancestry, if we're really kind of thinking about it from that perspective, right? If we want to kind of Daggerheart-ize it, which means that there could be a thunderhoof that is not an orc, and there could be a, you know, an orc that is not a thunderhoof, obviously. However, in classic fantasy, you know, we tend to see fairly monoculture type versions. You know, there's obviously situations in places where you might see a multicultural band of various creatures, like, say, the Jagged Knife Bandits. But I think the key takeaway there is we're not focused on their culture there. We're focused on their job, if you will, which is we are all bandits. And that is the thing that takes more precedence in that encounter, right? If you have a group of Jagged Knife Bandits, what we're really describing, what really joins them all together, okay, is that they're bandits. And what I'm suggesting is that when you pick something like, you know, Blacktooth orcs, what we're really focusing in on is what makes them Blacktooth orcs. Like, what is that culture? What is that element that sort of ties them together? Now, independent of this, and this is just my personal takeaway, there's no real right or reason for this, and sometimes players might not even really appreciate this or understand this. Now, this is a new list of monster types for me. Obviously, there's a lot of, there's a lot of similarities here to 4th edition monster types, right? So we're not completely, out of our depth here. But one of the things that I like to do is to distinguish a culture is to select one or two of the roles that are primary and one or two of the roles that don't exist in that culture. So this is a way for me, Derek, to automatically, mechanically make a fight against a group of, let's say we go back to our thing here and, because who doesn't love a good goblin? So let's put goblins here. Okay. So now we have goblins as our sort of neutral evil demi-human of choice. Okay. So how do I make a fight against goblins feel different than a fight against orcs? Because, by the way, rolling it back even more, in my campaign, there might be orcs all over the world, but the chance, the good chance is that the players are only ever really going to encounter like one or two of these communities of orcs, right? So I don't really care about all the other orcs. I just care about my orcs, right? I don't care about all goblins. I care about the goblins that I'm dealing with. So if we think about these roles and how I perceive them to be different, one of the ways that I can make an encounter against goblins or the players fighting goblins feel different than an encounter versus orcs is maybe I say, for example, that this is for our orcs, right? Maybe the skulk roll is not present, right? I've sort of described them as sort of being, this kind of warrior culture, savage, but with a strange honor, Klingon, Aiel, Dothraki, maybe the idea of this skulky role is not something that you would find present in their culture. Okay, maybe that's not how they, operate. Similarly, maybe I'm envisioning these guys as being really tough. Maybe they are hardy. They are hard to take down. In fact, even if we go back to the Daggerheart PDF, right, we saw that orcs as a ancestry for a player have this ability to what's really weird about this PDF? The class has a drop down that lets you hop to bard or druid or guardian or ranger, but the ancestries do not. So if you want to go to the ancestries, you have to go through all of them. Yeah, so the orcs' ancestry features are tusks and sturdy, right? So sturdy. So maybe we don't use minions. That could be something that we do. Maybe, I'm not saying that we should do this, but maybe they do have minions, but maybe they don't have ranged, right? So there's a lot of different ways to sort of, change this. Whereas if we had our goblin culture, we might say that the skulk is primary, right? Because that's a big deal, of what they do. So one of the first things that we can do, and this is me doing kind of a bottom up, top down approach where I'm considering the lore, I'm considering how I can make them interesting and how I can make them stand out, and how I can make them differentiable between their characters. So when we think about this warrior culture, these and again, I should also add, as I was sort of thinking about this stream today, I also want to, this might not mean a lot to some of you, but I really love the idea of the Mardu. The Mardu are a clan from Khans of Tarkir. They are from Magic the Gathering. They're a raid. Their keyword ability was called raid. They have this this kind of plains steppe culture. And even though it's not actually listed in their in the exactly thing, their element, I like the idea of, beyond just associating them with normal cultural concepts, I like the idea of adding some fantasy elements. One of the rules that we they also had dash. You were correct. So raid gave them a bonus when they attacked and dash. So again, there's always stealing from other elements and inspirations. And I like to add a fantasy element as well. And for whatever reason, for me, I like the idea of lightning as being maybe something that's important to them culturally, but maybe it's also a way that we can make them feel fantastic, right? How do I make them not literally feel like the Dothraki? How do I not literally just make them feel like, people on a horseback? And we'll actually get to that in a question in a big moment, which is, I've written down Aiel, I've written down Klingons, but I also wrote down the Dothraki. And the Dothraki, of course, are from Game of Thrones. They are these mounted people. So, should our orcs be a warrior culture? Should they be a cavalry-based culture? And should we assume that these people are mounted? And if so, mounted on what? Horses? Boo. That's boring, right? We have a lot of fun options that we could go there. Now, obviously, that does add a little bit of a complication to the design element. But we have sort of, gone to this. We kind of get to a Mongol element to it as well. Although I think, my history is not 100%, up to date on this. I believe the Mongols were very well known for using, archery and bows. We could definitely go into that and have sort of more of a Parthian shot type situation. But given that I want to sort of lean into the aesthetic of the fantasy orc, I'm thinking that these guys would be more, melee, Well, that's the other thing, OE. I don't think that they're from the mountains. I wrote that I want them to be from the plains. Because again, I want to take some of the presumptions that people have about orcs, and I want to sort of put them on their head. And I want them to be sort of a plains steppe culture, which would probably suggest that they are, in fact, mounted. Now, our buddy Vin is here, and he says, wow, this is like the opposite of how I design things. How do you design things, Vin? Please let us know. I'm gonna go turn a fan on, and I want to hear how Vin does. How does Vin design things? Okay. Take care, Ira. Love to see it. You got to drop for work. Yeah, that sucks. Now, Derek Rawlings says we should go with wargs. And Zen Bullet says ankylosauruses. I don't know that I hate the idea of ankylosauruses. So Vin says I start with aesthetic, then I think about gameplay, then I backfill any lore necessary. So Vin is approaching this very much from a top-down perspective. And to be honest with you, I think a lot of people approach things from a top-down perspective. Because that's just the sort of I think that's the sort of very authorial, like the very like storytelling way to do things. But as a game, which necessitates game design, I tend to approach things usually from the bottom up, but I do kind of in this case we're kind of melding and merging. Now I see some people going from here. So now granted, remember this is AI slop, so forget, we're just having fun with this. I thought about this question before the stream started. And this is what I thought of. All right, I'm thinking planes. What if instead of a dinosaur, what if it's like a bison, like an auroch, like a massive, almost, I don't want to say cow-like, but a horned beast, war moose, possibly.
$10 just got here. I don't know what we are talking about, but I'm excited about this content, like I'm excited about all the channel's content.
Except for first looks, right, Boothby? Thank you, Boothby. Boothby, thank you. Yes. Well, it's not a first look, Boothby, so you should definitely appreciate it. Have you ever seen Sejuani from this? No, Sejuani, League of Legends. Guy Buffalo. Awesome. I'm down with it. All right. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of a buffalo. Right. So this is kind of right. So, in North America, we obviously had our Native Americans who obviously rode horses and they hunted the plains buffalo. But what if we reversed that a little bit, right? What if we wanted something a little bit, a little bit thicker? Now, my World of Warcraft here is showing there's a little bit of a Kodo beast element here for those of you who know the Kodo. But I don't know. I think this could be kind of cool. And we could have this weird culture, right? Where they're like, these are like their super prized animals. Because not only are they used for battle, but they're used for, for milk. They're used for meat, right? So they're like these cherished members of the tribe. So we could go with the cavalry angle. I should also go back. Now, this is me putting on my Daggerheart hat. And I'm going to be honest with you here. I'm going to put on my Derek Heart hat here. And for those of you who don't know this, Derek wants to remake Daggerheart. Not because I think the game is bad, but not because I think I can make it better, but just because I'm an ass and I'm annoyed by certain little things. And one of the things that annoys me is that the game only goes to level 10 instead of level 12. Now, I know what a lot of people are going to say. Derek, what difference does it make? Most people won't even get to level 10. That's true. But that's not really my reason for having a problem with the design going to 10. All right? My problem with the game design going to only level 10 is that Tier 1 is level 1. And that Tier 3 is levels 2 through 4, and Tier 3 is levels 5 through 7, and Tier 4 is levels 8 through 10. I dislike that Tier 1 is only level 1. I dislike that. Because it doesn't give, because a lot of people, reasonably, respectfully, most of the monsters that are designed for any game should be designed for the beginning of the game. That's where most people are going to play, and that's where you need the most amount of monsters designed. The problem is, any monster that you design for Tier 1 is going to be obsolete the moment the party levels up once. And so I just don't think that having a one-level tier really makes any sense to me. And so I propose that every tier be 3 levels. And next time I get some time with Spencer, maybe at another con, I definitely, or Rowan, or Elise, I want to sit down and say, why is tier? Now, I'm sure the answer is because of 5th edition D&D. And by 5th edition D&D, I mean, like, there's this idea, right? It's even built into the experience point table where you gain levels 1, 2, 3 really quick, and then you get your subclass, and then the game starts. Okay? And so I think that there was this desire that if they didn't give people this big power boost, and let's not kid ourselves here, the single largest increase in power occurs in the game between levels 1 and 2. And I kind of think that's fucked up. Look, you guys know I love this game. In fact, fuck it. We're here tonight. How many people are here tonight? We got enough people. We'll give away another Daggerheart box. How about that? How about we give away another Daggerheart box? All right, we'll do it. I'm here. Fuck it. I got them. They're here to be given away. I want people to play this game. This game is awesome. But I'm not a super stan. Okay? I can criticize the game, and I will. I think this is a bad decision. I think this is a bad decision for a variety of reasons. But the biggest reason is the power boost between Tier 1 and Tier 2 is massive. Okay? Your proficiency bonus doubles. At no other point in the game does it double. Because when you go from Tier 2 to Tier 3, it goes from 2 to 3, which is a 50% increase. When you go from 3 to 4, it goes from 3 to 4. It's even less. Now, yes, you get some proficiency increases that you can spend your 2 experience points on, but for the most part, this is not a thing. So you don't get that kind of big increase, and that means that the game really changes a lot between Tier 1 and Tier 2. Now, don't get me wrong. I think the game changes a lot between tiers in general, which is why, yes, you get 4 points of proficiency throughout the 4 tiers, and then there's an option for you to buy a 5th increase at Tier 3, and there's an option for you to buy a 6th increase at Tier 4. So, yes, there is an optional that you can make it go from 2 to 4. That is correct. However, so the other component to this is somebody mentioned that the tiers change a lot, or that the power scale, Cinnabot says, I don't like the Daggerheart tiers in general. The power spike is so crazy on the tier change levels. And that's because I'm thinking of this very narratively, okay? Which is to say that Tier 1 should be campaign arc 1. All right? So campaign arc 1. This is the whole movie, right? If I could spell campaign, that would help. So I'm envisioning that you play tier 1 and then tier 2 starts, right? Their time passes between arc 1 and arc 2, right? It's another 2 years till the next movie, right? We describe what happened. We have some significant progression. So for me, the way that the tiers are structured is actually, in my mind, around campaign progression. I want it to feel like we are moving into the next film, right? You come back and you're like, oh wow, look at the new costume design, right? Look at they definitely got a bigger budget, you know. Now Dez is saying that tier 1 is like level is that it's like a starter zone in an MMO. It's the cold open, which is fine. I actually, Dez, I would agree with that. Except that it means that you're going to be making a lot of monsters for tier 1 that are going to be useless. And I want to get more use out of my monsters than one tier. Also, if I'm going to continue, I do have multiple reasons, and this isn't actually what this stream is about, but we'll continue to do this. Copperblint, just scale them up. You're right. Why don't we just give only tier 1 monsters, and we'll just scale them up all the time? That's no. Like, the whole point of having a monster is so that you don't have to do the work. So that's why. So the other reason, and I've said this before, is because if you are a standard character, level 1, 2, level 3. If you start the game, you have 2 domain cards. And now let's assume we use a standard progression. You would get to 3, and then you would get to 4. And if we gave people an option in tier 1 to use one of their advancements to gain an additional card, they might, by the end of the tier, have 5 cards. And guess what this means? It means that you could run an entire campaign just in tier 1, and the party will never have to deal with vault mechanics, swapping, the decisions around swapping, the decision around what to vault in and what to vault out, with one exception, a School of Knowledge wizard, which I'm okay with because they're a School of Knowledge wizard. This means that not only now we can use the tiers also to define complexity of our game, which I also think is really, really interesting. Lastly, in my version, I'm just pitching my game, I think getting multi-class online at level 5 is too late. Level 5 is halfway through the game, and I think that's too late. I appreciate that you can't multi-class from the beginning of the game. I actually think that's cool. But I don't like that you have to wait until tier 3 and halfway through the game at level 5 in order to multi-class. Ergo, I would like to see multi-classing being an option at tier 2, which is at level 4, which in my game, which goes to 12, is a third of the way through the game. And I feel like from a pacing perspective, makes a lot of sense and a lot of changes, or a lot of sense. And this way, if you had campaign arc 1, which takes place, and your character is, say, just a warrior, and again, I mean, this isn't your standard bullshit D20 game, right? Hopefully, we're playing Daggerheart, we're telling stories. It's a story-generating engine. Your character isn't just grabbing, you're not just splashing warlocks so that you can get more smites off your paladin, right? I think that's how it works. I don't know. I never played 5th edition. Is when you start campaign arc 2, a lot of time has passed between 1 and 2, and maybe the actions and the things that happened during the first arc of the campaign, you say, yeah, and when our protagonists, when we pick back up with our protagonists, my warrior has been studying, you know, or has fallen in with the jagged knife bandits or whatever like that, and is now a rogue, or, you know, has decided he wants to be an OP shapeshifter and has fallen in with the druids. And so it feels a little bit more option. Now, also, you're absolutely right. If you wanted a more complex game, you could always just start at tier 2. or tier 3. You could say, in fact, you could tell your players, hey, everybody, we're going to run a tier 2 to tier 3 game. That's what this campaign is. We're going to run 2 main campaign arcs. The first one's going to be at tier 2. The second one's going to be at tier 3. And then we're going to call it a wraps. We're not going all the way to tier 4. We're skipping tier 1. I want to start right off the bat where you guys have, I want to start where you guys already have 5 or 6, maybe 7 cards in your loadout, right? Or in between your vault and your loadout. And you're already making more complex decisions. You could do that. You could also say, hey, we're going to run, I'm just going to run a 1-tier campaign. And it's going to be very simple. It's going to be a tier 1 campaign, or it's going to be a tier 3 campaign. So I like that flexibility to be able to do that across all 4 of the tiers. So. It is true, Ken, you can use higher tier and lower tier monsters. However, the book and the game designers basically say, while you can do that, it's not really, I don't want to say it's not recommended, but it's not really going to work as way as you want. Especially, Ken, because remember, this is not we have to divorce ourselves from D&D and from Pathfinder 2. In D&D and Pathfinder 2, as you add more monsters, okay, there is a linear, maybe even exponential increase in the difficulty of the encounter. Okay? So, if the players are outnumbered 2 to 1, then the enemies are going to get 10 actions and the PCs are going to get 5. And those actions tend to compound on one another because the enemies are going to be able to go back to back to back. That doesn't matter in Daggerheart, right? Technically, on paper, rules as written, assuming you're ignoring all the stuff about golden opportunities and whatever, if the party is fighting 5 enemies, those enemies will go just as often as if they were fighting 300 enemies. Right? I'm talking about individual, actions. So action economy, as we understand it from our D20 games, does not exist here. And so the idea of, I'll just sprinkle in some low-level tiered creatures doesn't really make a lot of sense, in my personal opinion. Yeah. Now, Ken's point here about throwing a tier 1 encounter at them on their way to a tier 2 encounter, that to a certain extent, that makes a certain amount of more sense. I mean, all of the combats, to be fair, the truth of the matter is, in D20, the combats are performative, right? Come on. We're all adults here, right? We know that right now, right? So, the combats, the math is designed, it's actually an unfortunate consequence that you can die. I'm sure the game would rather you didn't. And when you look at the death rules in 5th edition and Pathfinder, you can see that you're not really supposed to die. And if you want further proof than that, not only do you have to fail all these death saving throws, not receive any healing, and then finally die. When you do finally die, the game gives you a number of ways to come back to life, including an option in both games that literally happens the round you die. So yes, I think that's important to note, is that the game is performative. We're not really trying to because again, we beat them. We created a killer encounter, and then everybody in the party just chose to avoid death. All right, now what? Or a player decides to shine you off, and they say, I'm going out in a blaze of glory, and I'm gonna crit the enemy on my way out, and I die. And you're like, but your character just died. You're like, okay, am I kicked out of the campaign? No, I get to make a new character. Cool. But Raj, I do agree with you too. It's not just about a number, right? It's because from a mental perspective, right? It's not just about what it's doing mechanically. It's about what it's doing in the fiction, right? And when you are tier 1, I want to have this more I want to have a bigger fucking splash, right? Like I want it to be big shit. And have it feel like it's really, really doing big stuff here. Well, the problem, Beowulf, is that this isn't just a narrativist fiction first game, right? It's not. It's a game also with crunchy game mechanics. That's what makes this game interesting, and it's what makes this game unique. It's also what makes Fabula Ultima interesting and unique. So also, I think that there is this idea of a tiered monster in a narrative, this fiction first game. There are monsters that our adversaries fight at the beginning of the story. You know, I think it would feel very weird and strange and stupid if like our new heroes, you know, freshly christened, are fighting God in space, you know, or they're fighting the Hydra, right? I think having these sort of milestones is a cool element as well. Now, Copper Blint is going to get to something. I was going to create a rough rubric or a rough heuristic, but Copper Blint, I think, is right on the money, which is when it comes to monsters, okay, I think complexity should scale with tier. And the reason for this is the player's complexity scales with tier. At the beginning of the game, you have 2 powers in your vault, in your loadout. By the end of the game, what's the number you can have? It's like 15 or something, or 16. You know, and you're swapping them out and stuff like that. So, you know, as a rule of thumb, this is completely made up, but as a rule of thumb, I like the idea that, you know, maybe a tier 1 standard monster should have no more than, you know, 2 to 3 abilities at most, you know, 2 to 3. Whereas a tier 4 standard monster, you know, they might have, you know, 4 to 6. They could be more complicated. They can afford to be more complicated, maybe 3 to 6, say 3 to 5. So this idea that the monster scales, it also depends on how that monster is going to be used, right? As a standard monster, I'm envisioning that this is going to be the backbone of most of my encounters, right? I want it to be representational of that particular type of monster type. That means I'm going to be using that monster a lot and probably in numerous quantities. So, for example, if I have a monster that has, I don't know, it has some sort of, you know, I'm tracking tokens on it, right, to track its feature. I don't want to put that on a standard monster, because a standard monster, I might have 2 or 3 of them. I don't want the GM having to track 3 different token clocks for 3 different standard monsters. Whereas if we're talking about a standard a tier 1 monster like what's it called, a bruiser, right, or a solo, things that are worth more BP, okay, they might have 3 to 4 abilities, but we can also do more like, you know, tracking and clocks and stuff like that. Because in my mind, if I have a bruiser in my battlefield, I'm probably not going to have 2 bruisers, probably. So I also need to think about like the GM's ability to sort of to manage all this complexity, right? On top of all that. So anyways, that's kind of the gist of that. And I agree. So, I mean, I started off this conversation by saying I think that too many people are putting too many mechanics onto their creatures, for sure. So there was a whole thing of like, have you seen the new Void Adversaries yet? And the answer is no, actually. I haven't, which is rather ironic. Yeah, Derek. I mean, maybe that's what maybe that's what in a certain extent, maybe that's what bruiser, leader, and solo really maybe that's what that means, right? Where's the BP rules? Here we go. If something is 3, 4, or 5, I don't think we should probably be using it more than that's once. So. So Derek says, Philip says, thank you for your donation. Thank you, Philip. I guess that was auto response. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for that. Oh, we're getting a bunch of stuff in here. Philip, why does it keep saying thank you for your donation? Are you being spammed? Please don't be hacked. I mean, thank you, Philip, for the 2 donations. I don't know if you mean to just be spending these. Self-confessed cynic says live void reaction. Let's go. No. Prince of Nowhere. As with all things, this is not a hard rule. This is not a hard rule. I could totally imagine an encounter with maybe 2 bruisers and a bunch of minions. Right? That would be kind of cool. There's an element there to like balancing out your own internal complexity. I've even said before when I built 4th edition encounters, I've done this before in my 4th edition streams. I used to talk about the wheel of roles and how I would try to draw triangles. Okay. And I would try to include monsters that were complementary to each other and didn't occupy too much of the same space. And, I don't really want more than 3 roles in a monster, or 3 roles in an encounter, because I think it starts to get, kind of messy in that regard. Philip says, happy to donate. Dirty Phil from the Patreon. Yeah, Philip, I know who you are. I didn't know if you were just dropping a bunch of them. Well, I'm glad you're happy to donate. Happy to view the VOD. All right, Philip, I hope you enjoy. And also, I think it's a broader question. Is like sometimes do the mechanics of those 2 creatures work well together? How can we do an adversary stream without looking at the new adversaries? Well, that wasn't on the docket. That's the problem. I'm just trying to be respectful of our mission here. Okay, that's that. And I always click on that, even though I know that link doesn't do anything. It just makes it look like it does something. All right, reset poll. All right. All right. The poll is up. And you guys get to decide, not me. Should I look at the void adversaries? Which I have not looked at. So I'm going to drink some. I had an extra tip goal. Well, Thaddeus, I think we're just going to do this here first. All right. Well, that seems like that's. You know what, Boyko? I appreciate your vote of no confidence. DM Rawlings as well. Copper Blend. I still have to make. You're right. Just build an extra adversary. It turns out the adversary is 0. GM Scott says it is by strength alone. I set my mind in motion. I set my body in motion. 5-month subscriber. I just immediately started reading. I started reading it as the Mentat Creed. It is by strength alone I set my body in motion. It is by the root of the void plant that muscles acquire speed, the teeth acquire stains, the stains become a warning. It is by strength alone I set my body in motion. I love it. Dan says, I think the void adversaries have needless complexity that comes from the new designers from D&D. Ooh. All right. That's enough alone for me to take a look at it. All right. We're going to take a look at the void. We won't do all of them, though. Okay, here we go. All right. So we've got a mountain troll, red cap butcher, red cap candlemaker, rabble mob, a doppelhound, a Gobstalker, which is clearly a beholder, a dragon knight, a Gargoyle, a Chimera, a lamp light beguiler, a fell-mounted shadow king, a whisper wraith, hallowed choir, cephalith priest. This is our this must be our illithid. Owl witch, Zero the castle killer. Okay. Well, I mean, obviously, you know, beholders are going to be uniquely complicated. And I also say that given that it's a solo, I'm okay with solos being fairly complicated because that's the only monster, in theory, that you are, you know, that you're playing. So, so here we have a Gobstalker, which is clearly a beholder. Its motives are ambush, dispose of rivals, seek riches, use magic long range. It's a level 2, tier 2 solo. I don't know if I agree with Beholder being tier 2 solo. I think a Beholder should be a tier 3 solo. That's just my personal take. A tier 3 solo that you might throw at a high level tier 2 party would be very frightening. Pretty decent difficulty, fairly low attack, but it does have this nice experience. Good chunk of stress, good chunk of hit points, okay thresholds. Not as high as you would think for a solo creature. It does have Relentless 3, so we can spotlight it up to 3 times per turn. It has Anti-Mystica Halitosis. So instead of an anti-magic eye, it has a Gobstopper's breath is so rancid, it creates an invisible miasma that negates magical effects. Any attack that deals magic damage or creates a magical effect in front of the Gobstalker within close range automatically fails. This feature does not affect the Gobstalker's own features. Now, I will say that the anti-magic aura eye is actually very misunderstood because I think a lot of people play beholders and they don't realize that if you're in the beholder's anti-magic eye, it can't shoot you with its rays. So this cheats and just lets you hit people even though they're inside of your rays. The second thing, and this does come up a bunch in Daggerheart, and it's actually one of the things I dislike, which is facing is kind of a thing in Daggerheart. Kind of. It's used very infrequently, but it'll sometimes say things like targets in front of you. And not only is that confusing, obviously, if you're playing Theater of the Mind, but it's even confusing if you're playing with miniatures because we don't have facing, right? Final Fantasy Tactics came out a couple days ago. I'm excited to download it. I'm going to play it over on Twitch. That game has facing, and at the end of your turn, you have to pick which way you're facing. And if I'm facing this way and I'm by myself and another monster or another player or another villain or whatever, adversary, comes around behind my character and attacks me, they attack my behind, you know, even though I have it. Yes, I know it's defined in the rules. I'm just saying, you know, it's not a problem when it's my turn because I can just say, well, I'm looking at these 3. But when it's the monsters, when it's not the monster's turn, it's like, what do we pick a facing for the beholder and then not like turn it? So it's very rough as a passive thing. I would agree for you. What I would do is I would make this, well, I would make it an eye ray, you know, I'd make it, you know, I don't have to worry about being legally distinct. I would turn this into some sort of reaction that would allow the creature to maybe spend a stress to potentially cancel out an attack, maybe give it resistance to a magical damage, maybe give the player disadvantage. Maybe it costs a stress. Maybe it doesn't cost a stress. Maybe it's just a reaction that it can use once, and it gives the player disadvantage to magical effects, or magical attacks or whatever. I would rather do it that way. And you could generate the cinematic. Like, I don't know how awkward this would be to write it, but I might say something like, as a reaction, when targeted with a magical effect, right? The thing could turn it and give that player disadvantage, or maybe even, cancel it out. But then put something in there where that player continues to have disadvantage until this creature uses this reaction again. And then maybe put something in there where the creature can only use the reaction, every time it gets a turn. So basically what it does is it sets up a situation where, like, somebody needs to draw its eye to use up that reaction. And then now your other buddy can blast it in the back with a fire spell, right? If you want to do this in a way that isn't going to lead to some weird, pixel bitching. So I'll just say that. Anyways, okay. Eye stalks. Mark a stress, pretty standard here, to attack a target within far range. It is kind of funny, though, that this creature has Relentless 3. And so if he goes 3 times in a round and spends 3 stress, it will be halfway out of stress, like the first time you make it go 3 times. So here we go. On a hit, spend a fear. To choose an effect, or roll a d10 for a random effect. Okay, I kind of like that. I like that you can get the random effect for free, or you can just spend a fear. Okay, at first I was like, wait, you have to mark a stress and spend a fear? So, yeah, I mean, I don't know that it should have to mark a stress, but all right, we got Beguile. The Charm Ray, obviously. Beguiled creature cannot attack. Additionally, a Beguiled PC must mark a stress or make a standard attack against their nearest ally whenever someone rolls with fear. This effect lasts until the target succeeds on a presence or a knowledge roll. Okay. All in all, I don't hate this. So you basically that person needs to take a turn, and then they need to, like, fight off the beguilement with an action roll. Fair enough. Corrode, they take 2d8 magic damage, and they mark an armor slot without receiving its effects. If all of the armor slots are already marked, double the damage. Awesome. I love this. Yeah, I think that's great. Doom. The target immediately marks all cleared HP, which again is, we talked about before about how it's really weird the way that wounds are written in this game, because you have to, like, mark the HP, but that you want to have hit point. You know what I mean? Like, it's really weird. But basically, you fill out your hit point damage, but you can reduce the number of hit points marked this way by spending any amount of hope. For each hope spent in this way, reduce the number of hit points marked by 1. I love this. This is great. This is an instant kill, and then they have to spend hope or they're just dead. This is great. Hypnosis. The target falls into a deep sleep like trance. It can't take any actions except for trying to wake up. The target wakes up when they are hit by an attack, when they mark 1 or more hit points, or succeed on an instinct roll to wake up. Okay. That's fairly similar, but I mean, a lot of stuff in the Beholder is overlapping. Paralyzed. They freeze in place, becoming vulnerable and restrained until they mark 2 stress. So in other words, they just mark 2 stress. Everybody's going to do that. I mean, I like that they give you an option to shake it off. Petrify. Okay. Place a petrification countdown 6 on the target. It ticks down whenever a PC rolls with fear. When it triggers, the target turns to stone until the Gobstalker is defeated or they take a long rest. While stone, they're immune to all damage and aware of their surroundings, but cannot take any actions. So, this is interesting because fundamentally, Gobstalker says, but they have to take the spotlight in order to mark 2 stress. Yeah, but who cares if they have to take the spotlight? I mean, they're not going to lose the spotlight. It's not like you're making a check. So the next time it's the player's turn, you know, you make sure that they get it and they mark 2 stress, and then the next person takes their turn or they take their turn, because there's no chance that you're going to fail this roll, right? Like the hypnosis, if you could now, yes, obviously the wombo combo is the beholder paralyzes them, and then I mean, no, it's a choice. No, it's absolutely a choice. I don't hate this. I'm simply just saying that I like that it gives you an option. I like that, one of the things that we've always done, we did this back in 4th edition, and I want to say that we introduced it to a lot of people in Knights of the Last Call through Pathfinder 2, is like when a boss monster gets a debilitating status effect, they can like instead take, 50 damage or 25 damage and, basically get rid of the effect. So, yeah, no, I think this is totally acceptable. So here's the thing with Petrify, which is actually kind of a funny thing that actually comes up in this game, which is actually kind of unique. I love the petrification countdown. 4th edition, this is how petrification worked, sort of. You would get hit, and your character would become slowed. And then you had to make a saving throw. And the way saving throws worked in 4th edition is the way they work in Draw Steel, right? Where it's just a d20 roll. If you roll 10 or higher, you save. If you roll 9 or lower, you fail at the end of your turn. It's a way to track duration, not to see if you get initially hit. And when you got hit with the slow ray, or the petrification rate, you were slowed. You could only move 2 squares a turn. Then if you passed the first save, you broke free of it. But if you failed the first save, your character became immobilized. And then if you failed another save, your character was turned to stone. I like this. This is awesome. This is a fun countdown. How do we get rid of this? Everyone's going to be really afraid of rolling with fear. It's awesome. Here's the problem I have with it. This is actually really funny. It's easier to come back from death than it is from being petrified. Right? It's not a problem if you kill a character. Right? It's not a problem if you reduce them to 0 hit points. Because then we can trigger the avoid death move, and we can just make something up in the fiction about how, they were just knocked out, or, they got pushed off a cliff, and when the fight's over, you go and you see that they're dangling just out of sight. Or they got captured or whatever. Anyways, the point is the character doesn't die. So when you get to 0 hit points, it's actually easy to explain it. But if someone gets petrified, then what do you do? Because they're not dead. So they can't avoid death. But now they're out of the game. So it's like they're dead. In fact, they might say, I would rather you would have killed me, because then I could have chose to avoid death. And so I think that this mechanical effect here is heavy-handed and problematic. It does work because it solves that problem. But it's interesting because this is a weird situation where being petrified is worse than dying, and I don't know that it should feel that way. So we got a telekinetic push. We have direct magic damage. I think that's important, which is cool. Slow. They're vulnerable and must mark a stress to move. They can spend 2 hope to end this effect. Yes, they are saying that you can either kill the beholder or you can take a long rest. And lastly, Terrify. The target can't act except to flee the battle or try to shake off their fear with a successful insight roll. Additionally, whenever you spend fear, the target must mark a stress. This lasts until the Gobstalker is defeated or the target takes a rest. Well, these are kind of counter-purposed. Like if my action is I have to flee or try to shake off the fear with an insight roll, but then when I shake off the fear, it is still there. So I kind of like this, but I don't love it. This is probably the one I like. This is kind of the one I like the least, By the way, I don't know that there is an insight stat. I don't think there is. Do we get a character sheet? Yeah. Nope, no insight. So. They got a little too D&D happy calling it insight. Yeah, they definitely did. That's funny. I mean, all in all, I think this is pretty cool. You know, as my main problem with it is what we talked about it. I think its attack bonus is too low. Its stress is too low. I mean, the idea here, I think, is that you really need to use its experience with magic, which you pretty much can apply to every single one of it, you know, of its attacks because they're all magical. But to use this monster, you would need like 12 stress and you would need like a boatload of fear. Otherwise, it's really going to be a kind of a weird encounter for sure. The fear I'm less worried about. Ideally, the players are going to be generating fear as they play through it, but the stress is a little low, and there's no indication here. It does say it's floating, but it doesn't really have any sort of defensive abilities. And its thresholds are really low. So I feel like this creature will die very quickly as well. So those are but it is only tier 2, but I also don't think it should be tier 4. So anyways. All right. Well, that one's pretty cool. Gargoyle. Level 2 bruiser, tier 2 bruiser, difficulty 13, 1428 thresholds. All right. Hit points 8, stress 2, 2d10 plus 3, ruins. They are resistant to physical damage. Cool. That's awesome. That means they take half damage. Just a statue. Before they make their first attack in a fight or after they become hidden, they are indistinguishable from a normal statue until the next axe or PC succeeds on an instinct roll to identify them. Cool. And their action. They can make a swooping strike, choose a point within far range. The gargoyle moves to that point in a straight line and makes an attack against one target along its path. Now, this to me is great. It's got 2 passives that meaningfully change the fight, right? Having the stone body means that this creature, and especially with its high thresholds and high hit point, relatively, is going to be difficult to just beat down with physical damage. You're going to want to use magical damage against this creature because it'll be difficult to fight otherwise. So there's kind of an interesting thing there. Now, I don't know the math. I'm not like a super expert on the math, but one of the things that I would kind of want to do with this creature is play with the thresholds a little bit more so that while it is resistant to physical damage, so it takes half, I think it should be I think it should be really hard to deal 2 damage, but then I think it should be easier to deal 3. Okay, I'm just making these numbers up, but imagine if its thresholds were 14/20 or 14/18. This idea that the gargoyle itself isn't actually right. It's like once you break through the stony exterior, right? Like you start shattering the creature, or something like that. So there's this idea that a lot of times you're going to be chip damaging it for 1, but if you can actually do a solid hit, then you break through from it. Yeah, So yeah, hard to land any amount of damage, but kind of brittle if you do, right? Yeah, and so that could affect the way that you structure this and give the game give it a little bit more play. I don't know, could be weird, could be wrong. It'll also really reward people who can do magic damage because they're likely to be able to do 3 damage when they do hit. And so this is kind of what I wanted to kind of point out. I'm totally fine with this monster stat pile. I think this does a great job of a distilled. We could also, that's another interesting option as well. High thresholds, low hit points. There's definitely levers here to play with it, and those are going to feel differently in the game. I am so happy that they got rid of the 0. Number one, the 0 threshold wasn't 0. You took stress. So in some cases, you were like, man, I wish he would have hit me for damage instead of hitting me for stress. When I played during the beta, we kind of found like taking the stress was worse than taking the damage, because the stress prevented you from being able to do other things that you wanted to do. So in that respect, the 0 damage was problematic. The other thing was, the reason I love this, and the reason why I love it for players and things, is because man, if you hit, something's happening, and the pressure is going to be ticking on. When you get into the world where it's like 0, 0, 0, it starts to feel just like D&D, and it's just like, bleh. So I'm happy they got rid of that. But this is what I wanted to point out. So if we look at the Gargoyle, we all know what a Gargoyle is. And presumably there'd be some art here. And it has hide in plain sight, overwatch, and swoop down. Swoop down is one of its motives and tactics. And then it has this action called swooping strike. And it lets the monster move within far point. It moves to that point in a straight line and makes an attack against one target along that path. I'm glad that this ability is in there. This cool idea of the Gargoyle swooping through the air, clawing at somebody as he passes overhead of them. Very awesome. All I'm saying is, and I'm glad it should be in here, but all I'm trying to point out is it doesn't really need to be. Because if you had the Gargoyle, and it's a gargoyle, it's a flying, it's Goliath, it's Brooklyn, it's Lexington, right? It's a creature with flapping wings. And it has this instinct to swoop down, or this motive and tactics to swoop down. Like, if this ability wasn't here, I'm going to be doing this anyways. And furthermore, to highlight how someone like Derek would use the Gargoyle, my Gargoyle might clatter down, right, in a clatter of stony wings, and dive down on somebody, and it might grab them with its stone claws, right, which pierce into their flesh and grab them hold of them, and start flying away with them to take them prisoner for the evil wizard that they serve, or to drop them and splatter them on the rocks below. Now, there is no feature for this, but I'm going to do that anyways, because it fits the fiction and it's what I want the gargoyles to do. And so what I'm simply saying is, it does, Anor, yes, correct. Monsters can only move close range and make an attack. If they again. Now, would I spend fear for that? Probably a King Hodop. That sounds like something that I would say. I don't know. This is again. I'm following the fiction. I always have to be following the fiction. Fear doesn't give me the excuse to not follow the fiction. But would I do that? Absolutely. And so, I think there's a temptation for monster designers. Like, let's say I was designing the Gargoyle, and Derek is sitting down, and I'm thinking about this from the perspective of, like, how would I want to use a Gargoyle, not in a D&D sense. Forget D&D. Think about it from a movie. Don't think about it from D&D. Think about it from a movie. How do these creatures fight in a cinematic way? Right? It doesn't just boil down to, like, the creature's just standing there trading hit points. No, like, it's dynamic. They're doing things. And they're going to be, grabbing things and flying away with them and taking people prisoner and splitting the group apart and, attacking them at different locations and, again, grabbing them and dropping them down. So there's a temptation when I'm sitting down to build this monster, and I'm thinking about how I want this monster to appear in the game, that I want to start putting that all into the monster stat block, right? I want to be like, it's got swooping strike, because of course it does, and it's got stone talon grab, or it's got its stony grab, and then it has fly away, and then it has hurl to the rocks below, and then suddenly you have like 8 abilities on this creature. And all I'm trying to say is, and maybe this is not even monster advice, creation advice, or adversary creation advice, it's just playing advice, which is, don't get so caught up on these abilities, ignoring what would make sense in the fiction and would, really cool. Am I weird for not thinking of flying when it comes to Gargoyle as a monster? No, but yes. And the reason why I say that is because historically gargoyles were didn't have wings. They were monster faces on the side of cathedrals. So gargoyles didn't have wings. What, as I understand it, what people think of when they think of a gargoyle is actually a grotesque, I think. Yeah, they were, gargoyle is like French or something like that for like gurgling mouth. They were like downsprouts. And so I'm trying to find this here. So bloop. Nope, that's not it. Bloop, bloop. Nope, okay. Oh wait. I can do this. Where is it? Where'd you put it, Derek? There it is. Yeah. So these things here on the right are grotesques. And I think these things were more like statues as opposed to just like mouths. Anyways, regardless, the Disney television show, okay, the Disney television show gave them wings, and so did the original. D&D. Actually, fun story. Do I have it up here, or did I go? Did I? Oh, let me read this. It's story time with Derek. So, this book, Fantasy Role-Playing Games, was written by J. Eric Holmes, M.D. Now, for those of you who don't know who J. Eric Holmes, M.D. is, J. Eric Holmes, M.D., he was a doctor of, I think, psychology, is the author of this. This is the very first basic D&D set. J. Eric Holmes edited the OD&D rules, not the AD&D rules. He edited the OD&D rules to make a more simplified version. And this very first basic set here, this is the very first basic set from 1979, 8, 9, 8, 9. 1979. Well, this is the third edition. The first edition was printed in 1978. This edition, by the way, was so old that when they were originally printing it in the box sets, they didn't include dice because dice were too expensive. So they gave you this. These were chits, and you had to cut these out and then put them into like a random pile and draw them. So if you wanted to have a D4, you had to cut out the 1 to 4, 1 to 4, 1 to 4, and then on the back, it told you what the value was. So that way you would just pick up one of the random chits, and that's how you knew it was, because they didn't have dice yet. Like dice, there weren't enough dice to include for the game. So people had to play with cardboard chits. Anyways. He wrote this. There's a reason I'm telling this story. In this book, he gives, he wrote this book in right around the same time. He wrote the book in 1980, and he gives a description of what a D&D adventure might be like. And he describes it. He says, "The room opens up in front of you. It's 30 feet wide and 60 feet long. There is a wooden door in the wall across from you. In the middle of the room, there is a stone dais 3 feet high. On it is a stone statue, winged, with a horrendous face. A small fire is burning in a depression in the stone before it. Thick, green, aromatic smoke rises from it." Al, the player, says, "Anybody in the room?" "No." Bob says, "Wingfoot the thief advances cautiously into the room, probing the floor with his collapsible bamboo pole." Al says, "Egbert the dwarf stands in the hallway, his crossbow cocked and ready." All right. They continue to examine. Now that I'm at what does the dwarf think? Well, he's still at the door. This whole place looks dangerous to him. What's the ceiling look like? DM says, high stone arches rising to a peak out of sight. 10 feet up on either side are 2 carved stone gargoyles. Stone gargoyles? Right. This whole thing seems like a trap to me. Blah, da, 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 da. Finally, they drop a rope around the statue to try to pull it out of the room before anything bad happens. And the GM, Bob says, drop the noose around the statue and start heading for the door. DM, with a clatter of stone wings, the gargoyles come off of the wall and begin swooping down on you. Shut the door! Let me out first. I take a flying leap at the 2 between the doorway. All right, the sorceress draws her wand of cold. Yes, but doesn't fire because the dwarf is probably in the way. Yes, he is. The dwarf pulls on the rope, yanks the statue to the floor, and pulls it out to the door. Almost. Drop the door. The first gargoyle reaches the door, striking at the back of the retreating thief. And I'll leave you there because it's a really good story. Anyways, so one of the first introductions to D&D that many people had was that book. And it includes a fight versus a stone gargoyle. So I thought that was pretty funny that we were talking about stone gargoyles. Okay. What a cliffhanger. Well, to be fair, this was old school D&D, so they probably all got killed and TPK'd, and that was the end of it. And then they made new characters. All right, I like the gargoyle. Chimera. Now this is a level tier 3 bruiser, so a more complicated monster, but it's tier 3 and it's a bruiser, so it's going to be a big, a big nasty. Not high difficulty, good attack, good thresholds, high hit points, good amount of stress, predator +3. He has a passive. He has a sphere action to breathe fire. I like that it takes fear to breathe fire. And he has 2 reactions. I like reactions on the bruisers and the solos. You pronounce it Chimera? 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 Sure, we can pronounce however you want. So he does 3d12 damage. He has rending jaws. Whenever you make a successful attack, they must mark 2 armor slots instead of 1 to reduce the damage by 1 threshold. I like that. Breath of Fire. Spend a fear to target up to 3 PCs in front of the Chimera. Again, good, because it's his turn, so we know which way he's facing. All targets must make an agility roll. Agility reaction roll, DC 20. Oh, it's high. Targets who fail take 3d12 magic damage. Targets who succeed must either mark an armor slot or mark stress. Copper Blend. Why does it attack with its claws, but its rending jaws ruin your armor? I think the idea, Copper Blend, is that when it attacks you in melee, it is clawing at you, but also rending at you with its jaws. So I think the idea is that it's like, so it's almost like it's, in my mind, like if I had to describe this Copper Blend, I would say something like the creature's inches thick claws pierce and stab into you multiple times, holding you down for a moment as the creature's massive jaw comes down and starts rending apart your flesh and armor, right? So I'm kind of like describing it almost as like sticking you and then like taking big chunks out of you and ripping away chunks of metal and flesh, right? That's how I would describe it. All right. Serpent Strike is a reaction. Whenever the Chimera is attacked by a PC within very close range, so basically standing next to it, basically, you can mark a stress to make an attack against them. How much stress has it got? 5. Okay. On a success. Oh, see, I love. See, this is why I like Daggerheart, guys. This is why I like Daggerheart, because this is why I like Daggerheart. Because already there's a meta to this creature, right? Both of its reactions. I like this. This is good design. All right, this is good design. I mean, hopefully we will actually design something tonight. But the reason I like this is because both of these reactions take stress, and they're both very powerful. So if we can somehow get rid of this thing's stress, then the creature becomes a very different foe indeed. Because right now it's a bruiser that does not have relentless. But if we look at Double Claw, after the Chimera makes a standard attack, you can mark a stress to make an additional standard attack. And it's not good for doubling up on a creature, which is smart. That way we can't just go 3 damage to somebody, right? We kind of have to, if we really want to get the most benefit, we would spread it out. But this means that as a group, we can be like, man, this is a Chimera. This is like a bruiser that can kind of attack twice every time it goes. And it's got a pretty nasty attack. Also, these things only trigger when it hits. Okay. Oh no, it has to make a standard attack. Okay. So any case, this is a nasty creature. But if we can attack this creature's stress, if we can use some of the other abilities that the game gives us, other than just burr hit points down, we can maybe get this creature to stress 0 very quickly, and that's going to make it vulnerable, which is going to help with its fairly high difficulty. Okay, and then secondly, it will turn off its ability to Serpent Strike and Double Claw. And now we've sort of gained the mechanical advantage over this creature, which I think is really, really cool. So I really, really like this creature. This is, for me, a perfect example of a tier 3 bruiser. A cool, powerful melee attack. Again, their motives and tactics: play with their food, prowl their territory, reveal their bestial nature, slay cattle. That one's kind of funny. But, these things aren't just here for fluffy bullshit time. Well, I mean, they kind of are. But what I mean is, like, because remember, there is no such thing as combat. There is no such thing as combat in Daggerheart. We're just having a conversation. When I, as a GM, get my move, maybe I don't spotlight and maybe I spotlight the monster, and I don't breathe fire, and I don't rend jaws, right? Maybe I just roar. Maybe I just, scream and tear up the ground and, kick things around. Maybe I foretell future badness. Maybe I take a person that I hit last round, right, and I just kind of like rough him up a bit, and I have him mark a stress. I'm not really killing it. I'm not really trying to kill it. In fact, I'm trying to prolong its suffering, like a mouse playing with a cat. No, I got that wrong. Like a cat playing with a mouse, right? And I'm making softer moves, but they're telling a story, and it's part of the fiction, and it's what makes this monster more interesting than just a bag of fucking hit points. Now, somebody asked a really important question. Would you play it where the passive only applies if the fiction involves biting? Absolutely. Fiction first. I can't use rending jaws. Otherwise, this thing would just be called armor damage. For me, this is very important. If the PCs did something where, I don't know, they figured out a way to, get rid of the, what I imagine is the lion's head. Maybe, I don't know, somehow they tie up its mouth, or they do something where it can't bring its rending jaws into play. I am absolutely saying that, of course, this can't do this. The same way that if the creature was somehow unable, to use its serpent's tail, then it couldn't use its serpent strike. Now, their version, by the way, of a Chimera, not my perfect. I like the 3-headed version, personally. Yeah. But this is a single-headed Chimera, which is not my favorite form of the Chimera. But I like the goat, the dragon head, and the lion head, and then the lionic body with the the serpent, the stinger tail, the scorpion tail. That's my favorite version, of course. Because again, remember, my job here, the rules in this game are subservient to the fiction. That is what a fiction-first game means. But as a GM, your primary objective is to fill their lives with adventure and excitement and danger, and create really cool, awesome stories together. So these monsters are not these monsters are just a means to an end, you know? I wonder if the fire breath is from the goat. No. The version of the Chimera that they have here is a lion's head, a goat's body, and a serpent's tail. So this is very different than the traditional D&D Chimera that we are sort of used to. So I don't know. All in all, these things seem they seem pretty cool here. Let's see. Let's take a look at the Mind Flayer. High difficulty, tier 4, leader, extreme thresholds. Wow. Hit points not great, but 70 is a high threshold. Boyko says, someone on Reddit argued you should be able to use your goat legs or fairy wings after you transform into a beast form. Boyko, I mean, it all depends on what makes sense in your version of the fiction, and once you make that decision, that has storytelling impacts. While I would probably say no, but maybe in your world, when a fairy transforms, they are still fairy-like, and so you can't ever hide your your true fairy identity. I'm trying to think of Beast Boy. For those of you, I don't really know Teen Titans that well, but I remember the old cartoon show, and like no matter what, Beast Boy could transform into any animal, but he was always green. So like you always knew it was Beast Boy. So it was like maybe it's the same thing. Maybe like no matter what version of lion you turned into, then you turn into that, right? Yeah, but who cares what the rules say? The rules don't matter. Especially not in Daggerheart. Now, again, my general statement of effect would be probably not. I probably wouldn't do that. But Beast Form also says like 70 other things. That's correct. So, all right, here we go. So we have an Illithid, attack the weak-minded, avoid melee, lord over, and oppress. A healthy amount of damage. Psychic blast. Spend a fear and choose up to 3 targets within close range to make a knowledge or instinct in reaction roll. Targets who fail take 2d10 plus 5 direct magic damage. Remember, you can't use armor against that, which I like. Makes sense for a psychic blast. Targets who fail take 4d10 direct magical damage and are vulnerable until spotlighted. This is great. I love it. I love that it's direct damage because it's a psychic blast. I love that, they're taking direct damage, pass or fail. I love that they're vulnerable. They're just woozy until they get a chance to, snap back to it once they're spotlighted. This is great. This is a leader. Okay. Cerebral suction. Again, spend a fear to choose a vulnerable target within melee range. The priest grabs the target and tries to insert their face tentacles into their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. They must make a strength reaction roll or mark D6 stress. The priest clears an amount of stress equal to the number of stress marked. Brutal, savage. Now, what's interesting is they're not really using stress that much, right? They're using stress here. So, what I would say, this is just me, if I had to remake this. This is obviously, it's tough. I mean, because this is pretty nasty. But for me, I think that I agree, this doesn't really strike me as a leader. So I will agree with that. But this is just me thinking in terms of this other thing. I would rewrite this ability to a couple of things. One, I would have this grant me fear. Okay. If nothing in the game grants a GM fear, an Illithid sticking its tentacles into your ears and mouth and nose and sucking out your brain should be the thing that grants fear. So I don't like that this thing is sucking. Like I don't like that the priest is clearing stress. I'm not saying that the GM should gain 1d6 fear. I'm simply saying that if I design this ability, I would definitely make it, you know, I would definitely make this give me fear, right? And I like the play pattern of the fiction, right? That let's say my GM is, let's say I'm out of fear. I cerebral suck someone, which gives me fear, which allows me to psychic blast, right? Yeah, I'm not saying we would obviously have to remake this a little bit, obviously. But what I'm saying is I like the idea that what's powering my psychic blast, fear, is what I get when I suck your brain matter out, right? And so it kind of creates this play pattern of like, oh no, my tank is empty. I need to suck out your cerebral innards so that I can recharge and then launch another psychic blast again. And I like that play pattern. But I also think that like sucking out someone's brain and skull should, be something that is very fear-inducing, both in the fiction and the mechanics, because people like are historically very terrified of that. And lastly, they have a reaction, but it's not really a reaction. I don't know that I like this language. I don't know what else I would use. This is just a gripe as a GM. When I see reaction, I think, cool, something I can do when it's not my turn. That is just my knee-jerk reaction. And this works when I make an attack. When the priest succeeds on a standard attack, you can mark a stress to restrain the target until they spend a hope to clear this condition. Yeah. I don't know that I like this as a reaction. I don't even know. Oh, okay, so their base attack is a psychic strike. See, yeah. No, it's not when a target hits the priest. It's when the priest hits you with their psychic strike, which is a far-range magical attack, which, by the way, is devastatingly accurate. They can mark a stress which restrains the target until that target spends hope to clear the condition. They basically blast you and kind of like are holding you hold. No, I don't know that it makes much sense to that. I think it should be a passive. My language that I would use in my game, in fact, I would have it probably called out if this was, if this was my druthers. I would have a section of the monsters template that is always at the bottom or always at the top. And I would, make sure it's very clearly called out. Like, these are the creature's reactions. These are the things that you need to be mindful of when it's the player's turn, because these might trigger if these events occur. I don't necessarily know that I love using the word reaction to react to my own stuff. It's just not my personal favorite. So yeah, I think I would much rather this be a passive. Well, I guess the question is, what else does a Mind Flayer do? It sucks your brain. It does the AoE psychic blast. And this particular one has like a sort of telekinetic mind attack, right? So I don't know what else Mind Flayers really do. Historically, I don't know that they do anything else. And somebody did point out, by the way, no, I don't think they cast magic. It depends on what version of the game I guess we're talking about, but hold on a sec. Loading. We can answer this. We can answer this the easy way. We can answer this the hard way. We can answer this the easy way. Okay. Oh, nope. I clicked on the wrong thing. Because of course I did. No. All right, so this guy had a melee tentacle attack, which grabbed them. It had a AoE cone mind blast, and then it also had the ability to dominate the target. This particular one had the ability to teleport as well. So, I mean, this is just from 4th edition. I mean, you could. I think you could probably get away with adding an. I wouldn't fault you if you wanted to add an extra thing to this or not. So I think the idea behind this creature being a leader is that when it blasts people with its psychic blast, it makes them vulnerable. And when it uses its telekinetic grasp, it makes them restrained, which means that they can't move. So it's kind of like, helping control the battlefield. And then potentially is right, because this creature doesn't have relentless. So let's say I get it. Let's say, from the games, the GM gets a spotlight, and I choose to start with the Cephalus Priest, unleashing a psychic blast. I wail into 3 people. 2 of them fail their save, and 2 of them fail their reaction roll, and they become vulnerable until spotlighted. Then I spend a fear to activate another one of my monsters or adversaries who goes over and makes an attack against that vulnerable foe. And then maybe I spend another fear to activate another adversary who goes over and attacks a vulnerable foe, right? So I think the idea is that I'm setting them up to be vulnerable in that respect. Yeah, I don't know. That seems pretty cool. I mean, I didn't have a problem with any of these. Gargoyle seemed cool. I thought the discount the Temu beholder seemed cool. So yeah. Ooh, I like this one. The knight's attack roll counts as a critical success if the result is on the 20 is a 19 or 20. I actually thought about. I had another monster that I had in mind with that, and I don't know. That could be from the core book too. I don't know every single monster. Okay. Well. Let's I guess let's figure out our orcs, because it's already 9:30. So we've been here for 2.5 hours. I wanted to make at least one adversary, maybe 2, and then we got our tip goal completed. So I wanted to make a thing. Now design Siege Rhino, since you talked about Tarkir. There you go. The orcs could ride rhinos. Maybe another Cephalus has the brain suck move. That's a good question. Let's take a look here. No, the only one they have in the book is the Cephalus Priest. So, let's start with a social orc. Let's not and say we did. I mean, from my design perspective, I guess what we would first by saying is, remember, from my design perspective is, given that I believe, my inspirations for the orcs were sort of this, Klingon, Dothraki, Aiel, Viking-esque, Mardu clan, right? Warrior culture, savage, but with a sort of a strange honor. So I guess the first thing is, now obviously standard monsters will always be primary. Right, all your monsters should have a standard, and I think you should use the standard monster a lot because it helps define what that monster is. Well, okay, but when you say a war chief, like a social orc, I think what you're describing there is a leader, which I think they should totally have. Now, if we are talking about something, called like an oath speaker, right, or something like that, which serves as sort of a diplomat. Or, again, I don't know if that fits into our concept of this culture. So a social character is designed to be separated from combat, right? It is used for more NPC type of things. You definitely think there are certain adversaries which don't necessarily need a standard. Really? Amongst humanoid adversaries? Remember, we're specifically talking about my matrix here, right? I think all of these should have a standard in the context of my culture. because you need to have a baseline template for, what that is, You were thinking of a war chief being a social encounter. I see. I mean, to be fair, a leader could be in a social encounter. It's just, the social monsters are meant for that. So, this is the core rulebook. Yes, this is the core rulebook. So Zen Bullet, that is definitely not true. So Zen, so a standard, the town guard, the zombie, the agent, standard adversaries represent the average of their peers, and they are the backbone of any encounter. They don't offer heavy damage or amazing defenses. They fill out the ranks of combat. They're best used as, filler that prevents them from reaching range of support. They maybe can support a leader because, you can bring them in as additional supporting foes. When creating your own adversaries, you might make a standard enemy for a faction first, then build the rest of the enemies to synergize with their abilities. They might be average, but they don't need to be boring. Again, I'm not making this up. I'm just literally taking it from, this. So. Anyways, so that's what a standard monster is. So that's why I said I think that's a good place to start, and I think that's also where we should not be afraid, if you will, to focus our attention, because that is what it means. Yeah, I mean, nothing should be viewed as a hard and fast rule. But I mean, the definition of standard monster is the average of their peers and the backbone of every encounter. So what does it mean if a faction doesn't have a standard, like an average, right? Everything should have an average. Thaddeus, I mean, could you not build a template to overlay onto a type of creature that would function as a social mode instead of having a dedicated creature? Yes. I guess it comes down to why would I read what Shield Wall does? I mean, this is an example of the town guard. I mean, I guess the town guard. Yeah, but what does that have to do with standard monsters? I mean, that makes sense for the bladed guard of this city. I don't think that makes sense for everybody. So, any case, yeah. I mean, yes, this monster, this adversary has shield wall and detain. That doesn't mean that every standard monster has shield wall or detain. This creature has shield wall and detain because it's the bladed guard. So. Anyways, let's see, where are we going? I'm getting myself confused here. I got too many windows open. You guys made me open all these windows for Void and for downloading things and other things. All right. So, first, okay. So the question of tier. Okay. So here's my next hot take. Ready? I think these should all be the same tier. Otherwise, what are we even doing here? The whole point is that we want to make this easy and convenient for the people to use. Now, I think orcs should be tier 2. So I agree with Thaddeus. I like the idea that orcs are, maybe a cut above. Like if we're thinking about our monstrous profile here, let's just, let's make this like super generic, right? We can make our kobolds lawful evil. We'll make this the most generic D&D campaign ever. So we got kobolds here at lawful evil. Oh, I might have a big arc. We've got chaotic good. We're gonna make chaotic good our elves, of course. All right, chat. Who should be our neutral good people? And who should be our lawful neutral faction? I just want to complete this because, for funsies. But remember, it needs to be halflings are neutral good. Do we want halflings to be? Do we want that to be one of the? Okay, so maybe dwarves are lawful neutral, right? Our dwarves are a little bit more harsh. The eagles. All right, you know what? I'm gonna piss everybody off here. I'm gonna make the dwarves lawful neutral, and you know what I'm gonna make? You know what I'm gonna make neutral good? We're gonna go with ribbits. And then for our lawful good, we're gonna go with what's another crazy? Oh, is it with an E? Okay, it's with an E. There we go. You know what? We'll make it. Yeah, we'll make this a really weird world. All right, now we've gone a little bit of stray. Ooh, clanks. Oh, I like clanks. That's cool. Right. So I love Thaddeus. I'm right there with you, Thaddeus. In this culture, we're going more with like we're kind of more of a Warhammer dwarf, right? Warhammer dwarves, I wouldn't say they're good, So I love the idea of a very grudge-based culture, So there we go. So this is our super generic. I feel bad for the dwarves because they're not capitalized. This is our super generic template. And again, presumably, the ones that you're going to, most of the time, assuming you have a heroic party, you're not going to clash with the top row that often, but you might clash with the neutral row and the evil row from time to time. Humans, dwarves, orcs, gnolls, goblins, and kobolds. I think that we could probably safely say that we would make, the kobolds tier 1, and we could make the goblins tier 2. Or I'm sorry, tier 1. And then we can make gnolls tier 2, and we can make orcs tier 2. Now, not to get, too off on a tangent here, but one of the things that you can do, which can really work well, yeah, I agree. If goblins are tier 1 and kobolds are tier 1, then gnolls are tier 2 and orcs are tier 2. And I like to think that by the time you get into tier 3, sort of rank and file humanoids are no longer really a threat to you, right? Random orc raiders and random gnoll raiders are no longer going to be a threat to you at tier 3, right? You might be dealing with an army of that, but or you might be dealing with very hyper specialized individuals. But as a blanket statement, I think we can kind of safely assume that they are not. This is actually a really interesting campaign, and I love this idea of the sort of lawful neutral dwarves, the clanks as a lawful good. I love that. Great suggestion there. But I love that we threw in the frog people because that makes it even more fun. You know what? Fuck the elves. Derek loves elves. I want a new race. Give me suggestions for chaotic good. Tolkien. We're already here. Fuck it. I want a new elf for our matrix. Now remember, these are the main players of our campaign. Infernus? Copperplint, you madman. Oh, the cat people? Satyr? Fairy? Oh, okay. Oh, I see some fairies. Furbolg. Nobody even knows what the Furbolg is. I'll be honest with you, I constantly get the Furbolg and the fawn? I get them mixed up all the time. All right. Who is chaotic good? We've got fawn. We've got Furbolg. We've got Katari. What else do we got? We have fairy or fae. And then we have Infernus. That one's That one's brutal. So who is our chaotic good faction, right? I think about these in terms of faction and how I would use them. All right. Those are your options. Fawn, Furbolg, Qatari, Fae, and Infernus. So remember, Fawn is like the satyr people. Furbolg are like the cow people. Qatari are the cat people. Fae are the Fae. And Infernus are the, tieflings, basically. So, all right. Right, we'll fucking take this to the moon. Well, already, I don't know about you guys, but I love the idea that the clanks are tier 3, Maybe there's not even that many of them, right? Like they're like these ancient sentinel warriors left from a dawn war when the gods battled the devils and demons for the control of the world, and they're like all that's left of this once like pristine, celestial constructed army, and they're just all like these kind of like uber battle warriors. Maybe every clank has like a distinct title, like the shield, the warden, the spear. They all have these like really, really intense names. Oh, you're thinking Alexander. Oh yeah, the big summon, the big castle summon. Yes. Fantastic. Yeah, robot paladins. Exactly. Fantastic. Why tier 3 for why not go tier 4? Well, because I want the yes, I'm very Seven Samurai. Because Thaddeus, because tier 4 should be the domain of the PCs, That's why. That's my thought process. The Qatari are the cat people. Oh, it's tied. It's neck and neck. What if Derek votes? Can Derek vote? Can I vote my own vote? I'm going Fae. Just because I'm allergic to cats. Fuck cats. All right. So here we go. We're going to go with... oh, shit. We're tied back up. Oh, no. Qatari, you're taking the lead. All right. So hold on a sec. I'm seeing things saying that... Oh, there we go. Faye coming all the way back. Now, wait a second here. You say that cat people are boring. Oh, I see. We need to do like, we can't just do first past the post. Okay, we can't do first past the post. Okay. All right. You know what? I am a big believer in election reform in the United States of America. I think we should use ranked choice voting. I think it would be better and for everybody. So we're going to do a runoff. We're gonna do Qatari and Fae. We're gonna make this as fair as possible. All right. So now that's it. Oh my God. What if it's cat fairies? What if it's cat fairies? We do have the mixed ancestry rules. Oh, I forgot we have the mixed ancestry rules. All right, custom ancestries. It has its own problems, absolutely, Vin, but it is ultimately better. So I agree with it. This is a little crazy. This is a little bit batshit crazy. I agree. Oh, this is tough. All right, Faye's coming out. All right, Faye is our definite winner. Oh, nope, I spoke too soon. Wow, that was a lot of ones in the chat. Wow, this is intense. I like that at one point we had like 100 people, and now we've dwindled down to like 70 because people are like, he's never going to make anything. Oh my God, it's close. It's close. All right, we got to do it. I mean, we're already this far. How can we not? How can we not take it to this level? We've come this far, people. All right, we're doing one more runoff. All right. Vote. Okay. Now, wait a second. Are these cat fairies or are they fairy cats? Ah, shit. Oh, Faisal. Fairy Cat seems to be pulling out ahead. All right. I got it. All right, we're gonna go with wait, what was it? What's it called? Hold a sec. Right. There we go. That's what I thought. I thought it was from a mythological fairy cat from Scottish lore. Perfect. All right. Perfect. So oh, there we go. So that's our fairy cat. So for those of you who don't know, Kate Sith can refer to the mythological Scottish fairy cat or the popular Final Fantasy VII character. And you know what? I'm fine with both. I'll say mink. So is this the next 9 weeks of Daggerheart streams? Well, that's what. Okay, so now to get a little bit more serious. Okay, this is important for us. This is not important for us at all. We're just fucking around and having fun. Are we gonna? Okay, is it a cat-like fae, or is it a fairy-like cat? All right. Again, the poll is up. So is it a cat-like fae, or is it a fairy-like cat? Well, okay, so the one would be a person that is it's like a cat. That it's a fae, but it has cat-like features. The other one would be a fairy that would be a cat with fairy-like features. That's the difference. It's 50-50. The second one is a cat. That's the most important thing that you have to realize, okay? The second, number 2 means it's a cat. Isn't there like a Final Fantasy, or not Final Fantasy, Forgotten Realms winged fairy cat? Isn't there a creature for that? Yeah, there we go, the Tressum. There we go. I should have known that. Boom. Right? That's what number 2. If you're voting for number 2, you're voting for this. To be clear, that's what you're voting for with number 2. They are cat fairy people. Somehow, by the way, proof that nothing in D&D is original. This creature and this race already exist, and since it won, and since it already exists, we'll change it up. We can make him a Tressum. Oh no, we like Kate Sith. All right, we'll keep it Kate Sith. But there we go. So there we go. So this would be the core of our factional. This would be the core of our factional group. So okay, all of this was, by the way, to decide what tier the orc should be. So orc should be tier 2. Cool. Now, what should the orcs not have? Now, one thing that we have to actually decide. This could actually complicate the design of the process a little bit, as if we don't need to design a lot. Is so this is a really big decision. Do we have a cavalry-based culture here? Are they a mounted culture? Or do we want them to not be land-based? or I'm sorry, not be mount based. Now, let me be very clear about something here. If they are mount based, we will not create separate stat blocks for a mount, right? We would just we would make it a unit, right? And we wouldn't worry about the different, components of the mount. The other option is I don't know has Daggerheart hasn't really done templates per se, but we could have it where it's just like being mounted is like a set of 2 features that you can just kind of add to an orc's stat block or something like that. That might be a potential option as well. Now that we think about it. All right. So, now that we have mounted, correct? Yeah, I'm right, Thaddeus. I mean, that's to be clear, that's from 3rd edition D&D. Well, what do you mean? Who's the target audience for this monstrosity? I mean, awesome TTRPG players who want to have a fun time and have a great experience. All right. Well, if we are going with mounted, then what I think we need. Send bullet. That is awesome.
I am strong.
Well, depends what you mean by general Daggerheart players. In my experience, most general Daggerheart players are really confused D&D players who want to be cool and are switching to Daggerheart. Which, if that's you, welcome. But so far, I think that's been kind of a mixed bag. I don't know that there is such a thing as general Daggerhearts. So yeah, fair, okay, yeah. So now we have to make another important decision, and people. I've seen people shout out. I haven't seen enough people shout out, but we'll shout out here. We got a $10 super chat from Draxus. Cheers! Cheers to you, Draxus. Hardly ever catch you live. Well, here we are. Not to derail, but Furbolg have a special place in my heart because they are basically Ogier. But Critical is both elevated and done irreparable damage to their image. I never thought of them as Ogier, but that is awesome. And that's a cool way to think of Furbolg. I think that's a fun way to even think about them because God knows I love Loyal and I love the Ogre and I love the mythology of the Ogier as well. So that's a pretty cool moment. I'm glad you guys were able to catch us live. All right, so thank you, Traxxas. I really, really appreciate that. So next question is mount. We got horses. That's boring. We have giant wolves. We have Auroch. We have like bison Auroch. We have scaled lizard things. We have like rhino-like creatures. I saw something like that. What did somebody else also say? Ankylosauruses. That was it. Okay. What do our orcs ride? Now remember, we gave ourselves a little bit of latitude here. I don't want anything flying. That kind of defeats the purpose, I think, of a culture if they can fly. Now, I don't want to, influence anybody, but I'm just saying that guy looks kind of sweet. That's all I'm going to say. Now, giant wolf. Here's the thing, giant wolf, very cool. But you know what? Orcs have rode giant wolves. They ride giant wolves in Tolkien. So, so we're going to go with this. I wanted elks. Auroch is so distinguished. Bear. That's a good option. Oh, I mean, look, I'm not saying that aesthetic doesn't matter. Of course it matters, but, all right. Well, looks like we have a clear winner in the sort of the Bison Auroch. So we'll keep that in mind. Now, so what does that mean for us? So what roles should we exclude here? Now, this isn't like a, be all end all. We will start with the standard, by the way, first, but I'm thinking that we get rid of Skulk. Right? So never. I'll just put never. It doesn't really seem that that would be the thing that they would do. Now, Copper Blint has a really interesting idea here, right? We're storytelling through mechanics. That's what we're doing here, okay? Now, I also there's a couple of good points, which I really like. Copper Blint says, I like the idea of no support leader. They each must fight on their own merits. To help your own fellow is to shame his weakness. I kind of think that's awesome. I don't know that I like the idea of no leader. I think part of the idea of the tribal culture is that there's sort of a, someone rising to the top and becoming like a leader or a war chief. But I kind of dig the idea of no support. But I also really like the idea of no minions, only hordes. But furthermore, I like the idea that like this will never be a creature that like you're hacking them down, right, in vast numbers, the way we might with kobolds or goblins, right? And these creatures are sort of each individually powerful. I'm going to go with a really, really, really deep cut here. In Warcraft 3, the base unit for the undead and the humans was like the footman and the ghoul and the night elf archer. And I want to say they took like 1 or 2 supply. But the base unit for the orcs was the orc grunt. And it took 3 supply. Like an orc grunt was just like fucking a muscle-bound tank, meaty, massive thing. So I actually kind of like the idea of no minions. I kind of actually like that idea a lot. Now, the problem with the horde is, orc grunts were unstoppable. I knew we had some Warcraft 3 fans here. That's true. Warcraft, the orcs ride, orcs race. Oh man, old enough for Warcraft 3 to be a deep cut. I mean, it came out in like 2000 either. So the problem is, if we do cavalry orcs, we really can't do horde either. Right? Exactly, Copper Blint. Because if we don't want, because the idea of a horde is that you're chopping through, masses of them. Now, I'm going to actually, I'm actually going to, kind of give you some of my philosophy about this later. But, I actually kind of like the idea of not having hordes and minions. I want these guys to be, because each one is, mounted it's a big force, and maybe you don't fight them in vast hordes. Ready? And tier 2. So what do I mean by that? Well, what I mean is we might have a thunder hoof orc horde, but that's tier 3. Right? And so later, okay, as we go to the next tier and we want to keep these orcs relevant, what we can do is we can have them be tier 3. And now what used to be an encounter of tier 2 orcs, we now represent as a horde of orcs. And we make it tier 3. Right? And now, like, you wouldn't have a tier 2 orc horde. Right? What you've done is you've taken, essentially, in the fiction, we're taking the exact same orcs that you fought at tier 2. And now we're putting them into, a group of 10 or 12 or 14. And we're calling that a horde. And it's like in the fiction, you're fighting the exact same orcs, but now they're tier 3. Because a group of these tier 2 orcs mashed together becomes tier 3. Okay? Does that make sense? I see Grimgore Ironhide. I see Dot Immortals. Exactly. So now, one of the things that we have an option here to do. So, as a standard, I kind of like this. We obviously have bruisers. We're gonna have leaders. We're gonna have range, and I'll tell you why in a minute. Social could be a thing. I mean, you know, maybe. Solo. Probably not. Right? I mean, this isn't like a. I mean, it's a warrior culture. There's a bunch of them. I don't think you're gonna have like some super. I mean, like the champion of the clan or the champion of the tribe is probably going to be a bruiser, right? But remember, we're not trying to make World of Warcraft orcs, right? You know, so you know we're trying to create in some ways our own orc culture, and so yeah, and again, you know, the inspirations being no, no, we are not. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Yeah. So my inspiration, Lionhead, is Klingons, the Dothraki, the Aiel, Viking-esque, the Mardu from Magic the Gathering, plains and steppe, kind of, you know, not like mountain orcs, not like hill orcs. These are like they live on the plains orcs. And the other one I wanted to put in, because I don't want it just to be boring and normal. I also want it to be fantasy. So you mentioned Earth Dawn, but believe it or not, Zen, if I was going to add in Earth Dawn, I think I would add in Troll Sky Raiders, not necessarily the orcs. You know, I would add in this. All right, so now we're going to lose everybody because Campaign 4 is kicking off, and everyone's going to go watch Campaign 4. So everybody who's going to leave, go watch Campaign 4. Enjoy. That's awesome, Mateo. I love it. Giving your campaign its own feel and own setting. I love it. Exactly, Copperblin. So should they wield a weapon similar to a batleth? I don't know that a batleth would be a preferred weapon for a cavalry person. So I think we would need to. I think we need to think about what that would be. Okay. Well, post-stream live react to Campaign 4, please. I'd be watching it if it was Daggerheart. Yeah, I don't think that a social is necessary. I didn't write out social. All right. Well, let's at least get the standard done. Okay. All right. So this is tier 2. So we went with this. So I like calling these the Thunderhoof orcs. All right, because we're riding on these big bison things. Well, the question, self-confessed cynic, is should it be a separate adversary, or should it be some sort of template? Like, so for example, if we said, do we have the SRD? Do I have the SRD? Maybe I do. Yeah, I do. Unfortunately, I don't have I don't have the template that people use for this game. Here we go. So hopefully this will not be a complete disaster. Oh, it kind of was. So yeah, it's kind of a disaster. So like if we have like Thunder Hoof Orc Raider, okay, so that's our tier 2 standard. Let's just redo this here. Flavor, motives and tactics, difficulty thresholds, HP stress. Okay. So, here, Pepper is playing this stream in my left earbud and Critical Role in my right. That's insane. Edward, don't forget to leave a like on YouTube and use your Twitch Prime sub if you haven't already. Thank you for reminding me of that. Some people may have it may have been over a month since you used our Twitch Prime sub. We are live on Twitch, and if you'd like to support us over there, it's free. But we would really appreciate if if you did do that, because it helps us out. There you go. Twitch Prime sub. Twitch.tv/nightslastcall. You can use your Amazon Prime sub to give us to it for free. We'd appreciate you. I think mounted orcs with spear hammers or spike ball and chain is really cool. Well, spike ball and chain, I think, is a little bit too much. But I do like the idea of a spear. I think that's pretty cool. Now, Copper Blint likes the idea of being modular, gives great incentive to buy Duality Digest. The Critical Role set is badass. I did see the preview of the Critical Role set, and it looks like it's pretty cool. What's up, Twitch chat? What's up, Jackal? So the idea is when we make this stat block of Thunderhoof Orc Raider as a standard, should that stat block assume that the creature is mounted, or should we have an additional thing that we can add to it that quote unquote makes it mounted? I'm from a usability perspective, I actually don't know that I know what the exact answer is, because the thing is, it's because I don't want it to change the hit points, the stress, or the thresholds, or the difficulty, or the attack, because I think that would be very confusing. Right. So being mounted is not going to make our guy more difficult. It's not going to make our guy have more hit points. It's not going to make him more stress, right? It's going to be like an additional, benefit. Like, for example, that's a great question. Pumpkin, that's a great question. I think the answer would be based on how you expect them to be encountered. And I think that's a great point. If we're making the assumption that they are some kind of mounted, predominantly mounted, you could argue that it should be this. So I'm going to go with the idea of mount will be a template, because we'll give some new dimension to the game here. Okay. So we need to look and figure out what is the baseline. Now, unfortunately, Daggerheart gives us this baseline values, but it feels like their baseline values are kind of they don't really follow them too heavily, but that's okay. But we can use them as a starting point. So again, doesn't seem like they really use them, or at least they don't really pay too much attention to them. I mean, again, I think it's more about, oh shit, I thought that was my thing. It's more about the relative difference, right? So according to the book, a tier 2 creature has roughly a +2 to hit. They do 2d6 + 3 to 2d12 + 4. Their average difficulty is 14, and their damage thresholds are 10 and 20. But as we were saying before, if you go and actually look, at the tier 2 adversaries, you can see here. Here's a horde. Let's try to see here. A skulk has 8, 16, 14 + 3. Here's a leader which is +5, and 12, 25, and 15. A ranged that is 15, 8, 16, and +2. Standard, which is 15, 9, 18, and a +1. Not really great there. So, it's kind of roughly in that ballpark. Okay. So here's my thought. Let's see how we do this. All right. So we know that the baseline here is 10 to 20, and we know that we have this difficulty. Correct, Draxus. That's right. Standard is our starting point. Now, so one of the first things that I want to think about here is the thresholds and the hit points and the stress. I like the idea, and go with me on this one. I like the idea that our orcs, one of my ideas is that they kind of worship lightning and they live on the plains. And so like wearing metal armor would be, kind of suicidal in some respects. And so in my mind, they are wielding, they're wearing, leathers and hides, right? But they themselves are really, really tough. So one of my ideas that I kind of want to play around with is the idea that they have a slightly lower severe threshold. I'm sorry. Yes. Minor. They have a slightly lower major threshold, but they have a higher severe threshold. Okay? In other words, it's not too difficult to do 2 damage to them, but it's really difficult to do 3. Right? Like, they're not like this heavily armored person where they're getting a lot of like 1 damage, 1 damage, 1 damage, 1 damage, right? Like with this lower threshold. But I like the idea of them having like a high threshold. So something like, now remember too, at tier 2, players are going to have 2nd tier of proficiency. So when we think about, a player with, a broadsword, they're going to be doing 2d8 points of damage, give or take. Let's take a look here. Tier 2. Yeah, here we go. In improved battle axe is going to be doing 2d10 plus 6. Improved longsword is going to be doing 2d8 plus 6. So, we're going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of around, 15, 14 to 18 damage on average, maybe, from a physical melee attack, from like a D8 or a D10 weapon. So, it's possible that this 10 might be the right number. When do we just build Zergo Helm Smasher? Then they have 3 hit points. So if you do manage to severe damage them, you one-shot. I mean, that's not the worst decision in the world, but I kind of like the idea of them having a fair number of hit points. A master assassin has 7, and they're a leader, and they're tier 2. But these are orcs, So I, again, if the assassin poisoner has 4, and that's a skulk, and that's a standard skulk, and that has 4 hit points at tier 2. The chaos skull has 5. It's a tier 2. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not showing you the PDF. The chaos skull is a tier 2 range with 5 hit points. The cult adept has 4 hit points. Another skulk has 4 hit points. So I don't really see like this, like 5, I think, 5 or 6, I think 5 or 6 is a good number. I want these guys to feel tough. But, yeah, but Copper Blint, I mean, I want them to feel more like, somewhere between a bruiser and a, I mean, look at this giant brawler. He's got 1428. Now, he is a bruiser. I'm not denying that he's not a standard, but I want these orcs to feel bruiser-esque, in a way. I mean, if a skulk has 4 hit points, if the floating skull is 5 hit points, I think that they have to have, at least 5 or 6. So I'm going to go with 6. And again, I want it to be, fairly easy to do 2 damage to them. But I want it to be really hard to like hurt them. So maybe like 10-24 or like 8-24. Something where basically they are Copper Blint, I don't know exactly, what the math is on that. So we were looking at that earlier, which is, I was talking about it before. So at tier 2, every person will have proficiency of 2. So if they are using a tier 2 weapon, which I think we can assume that they are, they're going to have they might do 2d8 plus 6. They might do 2d10, or 2d8 plus 4, 2d10 plus 6. So you're looking at 13 average. 13. Oh my God, Derek. You're looking at 17 average. Without using any of their cards or any of their abilities or anything like that. So like you're almost always going to hit this guy for 2. It's hard to do 3, but easy to do 2. So if you can hit really hard, then you can kill him in 2 hits. If you're hitting fairly standard, you're going to get hit twice. I don't think there's a single creature in the... I think there was only the Skulk had 3 hit points. So, I don't know what these thresholds should be, but I'm just kind of guessing these. Stress, we'll say, I don't know, 3. Same thing with difficulty. Correct. I am deliberately giving them more hit points than a standard creature, because I want them to feel tougher than a normal standard creature. Again, I don't really, right, but also, the 2 ranged creatures we saw had 5 hit points, and according to their own logic and math, ranged creatures are very weak glass cannons. So I don't think even they'd really know. And I mean, plus there's other things to consider too, like difficulty. How difficult should it be to hit a Thunderhoof Orc Raider? Now the base difficulty is 14. Maybe that seems fine. I mean, it is a standard monster after all. I think having that be pretty normal, I think sounds pretty right to me. Okay? And then for their attack bonus, I keep bringing up that for some reason, +2 is pretty standard. And remember, your evasion doesn't go up a lot, unless you you really invest in it. Some of the character classes, like Guardians and stuff like that, even have what I would consider to be very low starting evasions. And do they have? There we go. Here we go. Come on. What the hell is all this shit? Oh, they don't actually have the character sheet in the core rulebook. Fantastic. They really need to work on that. Why wouldn't they have the character sheet in the core rulebook? That's just ignorant. Oh, this is an old one. This is tier 2. There we go. So, yeah, I think doing that is fine. So we're gonna have, I don't know. We'll come up with another one, but the orc spear is going to be their attack, some sort of pole arm or something like that. And then the base damage is between 2d6 plus 3 to 2d12 plus 4. Well, we're supposed to be a big, strong, beefy orc. I'm thinking that I think we can do a little bit more than d6. What do you all think? I think very close range for the attack with low damage. Copper Blint, I don't know if we're on the same page of what we're envisioning here. I'm envisioning a badass mother trucker here. This guy's gonna hit like a brick shithouse. Well, no, but why would you say low damage? Yeah, balance is made up in this game anyways. It doesn't even matter. We're just trying to get the vibes right. All these characters are about is vibes, really. I mean, balance isn't really even a thing. I mean, look at the range that they give us here. We do have room to go upward. 2d12, baby. So I like 2d8 plus 5. So 2d8 plus 5 is going to put us right around 14 damage on average. And if we go to the core rulebook, we can see maybe. There we go. That at tier 2, a lot of people are going to be at like, again, you're going to add your level to this, but they're going to be at like something like 12, or like 14, 26, something like that. So by having a high ranking like this, by doing average about 14, our attack will, usually chip in for about 2 points of damage, when we hit. And they're going to miss. And then they can use an armor and reduce it to 1. So we got attack plus 2, orc spear, melee, right? And then for like, again, flavor, it's, it's some kind of, a fearsome, a fearsome, we need to name the thing, a fearsome rider of the Thunderhoof clan. Right, that's our or whatever. So motives and tactics. Shock cavalry. Shock cavalry. Death before dishonor. And elite soldier does 2d8 plus 4 with a spear, very close range. Oh, so yeah, maybe we can do very close. Because it's like an orc cavalry spear. So far, this is hyper generic, Derek. Come on, Derek. Let's really establish what the gameplay vibe of fighting these is. Well, this is the hyper generic stuff, though, Vin. This is just the raw stats, right? It's really going to come in as, what are the features and how does this make it feel different? So again, I'm shock cavalry, death before dishonor, witness me. I like that one. That's pretty funny. Sure, we'll just put that in there. Why not? So again, we're just kind of filling this stuff in, but that stuff doesn't matter. And then for experience, we can have like born in the saddle +2. I think that's probably pretty fine. You don't think they should have any experience? Why don't you think they should have any experience? I think having an experience is cool. They're bottom tier. What do you mean they're bottom tier? These are tier 2 orc. These are thunder hoof orc raiders. All right. So, now we get to decide what makes these stand out. Like, what levers are we playing against? How do we make this monster, this adversary, feel different than perhaps other adversaries, to go in? So the first is what I'm calling the orc racial. So I want all of, or at least, the Thunderhoof. I want all orcs to have this ability, right? Because this is going to tie together all of the different orcs, right? In sort of what makes each, and this is something that would be on a leader, it would be something on a bruiser, it would be something on a standard. I want all the orcs to have this ability. And I kind of like something that what Draxus is saying, right? I like something kind of like, and again, this idea of, death before dishonor. Maybe it's some sort of like, now in 5e and I think in 5e and PF2, they have this kind of like keep on fighting ability, right? Even if they're killed, that's fine, but I think it could be a little bit annoying. Another option could be sort of like they get to make an attack when you do manage to kill them. So, right, so they get kind of like one final, pushback. When they, when you do kill one, they get to make basically a reaction, and a final attack against you before that, they're killed. The speed burst could make sense, but because they're actually cavalry mounted, I don't think that it makes as much sense. Now, Boyko says tactical group attack. Now, this is where Derek goes back to my chart, and I remember that my orcs are chaotic. I don't really see this as them fighting together, right? I actually see it as they don't tend to gang up on you. In fact, part of their cultural lore, which goes back to originally this idea of like maybe they don't have support, and we could even mechanize this, is they might get a penalty, or maybe they get a bonus if they're the only person in melee with you, right? And so what they want to do is be fighting one-on-one, right? Exactly, Copperblend. They're each out to earn their own glory. They're not in it to, surround you and gangbang you, right? They want to... It's possible, but then we would have a weird ability, Dr. Daggerheart, that only triggers when they're mounted, and they're not always going to be mounted because we are actually making that a template. So maybe you missed that part, but this creature is actually going to have a separate template that we are going to add to it that allows it to be mounted. How about a battle cry to recover their stress? Maybe, but I could see that being more of the, of a leader type ability. So now separately, because this is separately as the raider ability, right? So this ability is going to be on all of our orcs. Separately as the raider ability, they might have some sort of, charge attack thing, right? When they move in and they hit and they go. Now, I will say this, shock cavalry, death before dishonor, witness me. I don't see, go back to that gargoyle example, right? Where the gargoyle could move and attack and move by, right? What in 3rd edition people called ride by attack. Ride by attack basically allowing you to move, make an attack, and keep moving. I don't see these guys as doing that, right? I don't see them, using their cavalry and then charging in and then, just going, ha-ha, and attacking you and then running past you, right? I see them as driving straight into the heart of you and trying to take you down with one blow. Now, they might have some sort of thing where they might, hit you, kill you, and keep going, some sort of trample ability. But I really see them as sort of being more interested in getting into the fight and staying there. Yeah, so I don't see them as hit and running. I see them as hit and staying because of their culture, right? Again, this idea of this Klingon, Dothraki, this idea of really wanting to be stuck in to it. Now, Copperblend, this is a great point. Remember I said before the fantasy element, right? I personally think that they should be lightning infused, right? Potentially. And it might vary from, whatever to whatever. Now, as the standard orc raider, perhaps they do not have this ability, maybe maybe that is something that kind of defines the higher tiered orcs, right? Something like, independent of these people, right? But a bruiser or a leader might be they might be blessed by the storm. That kind of idea. So what if their mounted charge ends with them on foot? I think that's fine, except I think it's a little confusing, Vin, because now we have this mount, and we're not really giving the mount stats. So I don't know if that makes a lot of sense. So I don't know. It's kind of also, it's yeah, they're not interested in doing this ha ha and riding by, but that doesn't mean they're idiots. I mean, they're not going to get off of this, they're not going to get off of their mount just because they get off of attack. I also like the idea, because we're calling them a raider and they are the, there's some sort of theft element involved with it. I don't know if that really quite be right. Any sort of finicky mechanic of building up lightning charges, either with movement or successive hits on a target, it would never be something I would want to do on a standard monster, For sure. I mean, again, I like giving us a little bit of room, you know, for that sort of that growth, right? But I don't know. I mean, this is where we could kind of go anywhere we want to go, really, at the end of the day. What's up? We've been going for like 3.5 hours, buddy. We've been here for a long time. So we need to decide what do we like for the Thunderhoof orc racial ability. I kind of like. I think this is pretty simple. They get to make an attack when you do manage to kill them. So yeah, last hit I think is pretty good. We've almost made a template. Yes. So you know, we'll call it Echo. I'm trying to think of a good name here. I don't know, something with lightning. You know, like I don't know, like thunderous revenge or something. I don't know. I'm bullshitting here, like something like this. Now someone says we could just steal the skeleton's ability. All right, I'm down with that. Skeleton archer? No. What skeleton? Is it a tier 2 skeleton? Skeleton. What skeleton? Oh, here we go. Oh, all right. Well, we can kind of change this here a little bit. I had to find it. So when the knight is defeated, when the raider is defeated, they make an attack against a target within very close range, prioritizing the creature who killed them. On a success, the target takes 1d4 plus 8 physical damage and loses hope. Well, I think the damage should be the same. My personal belief. And I don't know about losing 1d4 hope. That might feel appropriate for the for the undead skeleton, but I don't think that we should use it here. Yeah, I think just going for the higher damage. More damage. We don't have to worry about hope. I don't really see this as dealing stress, right? I think it's just like, you know, they go out and just do a bunch of damage on the way out, you know? So I saw some names here like Last Strike. You know, we could go with like lightning strikes again, lightning strikes twice or something like that. I don't know. Storm Echo, that one's pretty good. I mean, you could go with a bunch of different names here, you know. I'm still imagining lightning shooting out. It could be fun if they did an AoE. No, I mean, this is a standard monster. Like, you know, for the most part, you know, this is going to be the defining thing. You know, I think this is fine. On a success, the target takes 2d8 physical damage. Just call it strike twice. Yeah, but they're not really striking twice. Whatever. We'll just call this Thunder's Revenge. I like that better. All right. I actually do think that does sound cooler. Thunder's Revenge. Okay. So this is like the core. This is a passive, I think. No, it's a reaction. So this is the core ability of all of our Thunderhoof orcs. So starting with the Orc Raider, but all of them are going to have this Thunder's Revenge, right? So even when you take an orc out, right, they are going to use their, to quote Khan from Star Trek II, Wrath of Khan, right? With my last breath, I spit at thee, right? From hate's sake, I stab my last breath at you, or whatever it is. So, they go out in a good death and try to, bring you with you. Okay, cool. Now, this is a tier 2 standard monster. Standard creature. So I think it should, and we have a basic attack, which is their Orc Cavalry Spear. It's very close, does 2d8 plus 5 damage. I think they should have 1 or 2 abilities, which could be some form of passive or some form of action. Right? So what could they be? What should they be? And how should we do it? Now, we talked about before about wanting to fight one-on-one. So I think cavalry. There we go. The raid mechanic from MTG. Right. So if they attack this turn, right, they get something. Well, I don't really see them as being. I don't see these guys as being, particularly ranged. Proclivity to ranged. So I do like the idea of. So these are, right, these are sort of the young ones, that they're looking to prove their worth, right? And, that's why they are the raiders. That's why they're standards. These are most of the people. And this is why they make it such a priority, right, to single out a person, right? And so something about, like, bonus to damage, attack, when no other allies, in very close range, or something like that, right? The idea being that if there's an ally nearby, they don't get this benefit. So they want to be by themselves, right? And I think that potentially could be, it could be called like, thirst for glory or something like that. I don't know. Something like that. They want to prove themselves, right? So, how to reflect that, and how should we reflect that? They fight harder, they hit stronger. They deal stress. Well, what does this do, and how does this, I like the idea that, in my mind, when they're by themselves, they're fighting stronger, or they're fighting harder, because they want to, this is a chance for them to prove themselves, right? In fact, you could call the ability, chance to prove your worth, or something like that. So somebody mentioned it's like the anti-rogue, So we could give them advantage. Something, it could be as simple as something like that. Drax is pointing out that we could save the bonus damage for this action ability, right? We do probably want to give them something they can use stress for. Yeah, but I think, so this is me. This is Derek putting on my Derek hat, and I don't want to track challenge who's challenging what and who and when and why for a standard monster. I don't want to track that. I'm not interested in that, because remember, the challenge implies that, like, this guy is interested in fighting one-on-one. He's not. He'll fight 1-on-5. He just doesn't want his allies backing him up. He wants to do this on his own. So I don't think of it. I think of it less as a one-on-one challenge. He's not challenging you to a duel, you know. Yeah, I don't even necessarily know if I could get away with it, Copper Blint. I think you're absolutely right. I don't know that, you know, I don't even know that I would want to mark stress, because then now I have to track something else, you know. Yeah, again, for me, it's just like this is simple, because what I just say is, are any of my allies nearby? No, then I get an advantage to my attack. You know, it's very simple. You know, this is easy to track, easy to check out, easy to immediately sort of figure out. So I think that's fine. All right, then I want to give them an action. So, what do we want this, you know, raider to do? And why are they doing it? How is it different than their standard attack? Does it take a fear? Does it cost a stress? Does it do something? Should a standard monster have a fear target, a fear ability? Maybe one that hits multiple targets? Possibly. I don't mind that. I am open to suggestions here. I don't see these people as disarming. I don't think that they're that kind of fighting, and they're not dueling people. They're not twirling people. Check out the electric eel, ironically. Okay. Apparently, my PDF is crashing. I'm trying to type electric eel and find it. Electric eel, which is a horde, which makes sense. Mark a paralyzing shock. Mark a stress to make a standard attack against all targets within very close range. You gain a fear for each target that marks hit points. That's actually pretty good. That's pretty strong. So it could be kind of a sweeping strike. I kind of like that. And yeah, I mean, Don Pokey, young, unproven orcs charging in with no backup. Do they slam? Do they AoE? I'm feeling AoE with a knockdown on attack. I think that's kind of cool, right? Instead of this fear for each target that marks hit points. But we, you know, I don't want to completely steal this ability. But, you know, we could sort of take this and, you know, kind of represent it as fear, because, you know, it's like, it's terrifying for this guy to be charging in, and it creates this. Here's the thing. This is what we call a meta narrative incentive, right? Electric eels be damned. What does this incentivize? What does this incentivize your, if you are the orc, right? If you the player, if you are the player, right? And you are this orc, what does this ability incentivize you to do? It incentivizes you to go in against as many targets as you can at once by yourself, right? Because if you're by yourself, you'll gain advantage. And if you attack a wide group of people, you're potentially going to hit a bunch of people and generate a bunch of fear. And yeah, buddy, then we can put a fear ability on the bison mount. So I actually think that this is awesome because you know, there we go. Yeah, Steph says the combination of advantage to hit, a +2 a hit, and an AoE that generates fear on a hit is nasty. I'm in for it. I think that's awesome. Yeah, I mean that, you know, yeah, Tuwa, right? I mean, again, these are the orc raiders, right? These are the young, you know. Yeah, so lock it in, pretty darn cool. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not above stealing good design. So, let's go to our orc. Here we go. All right. I'm glad that worked. So it's obviously not going to be called paralyzing shock. I'm thinking it could become some sort of trample attack from the bison. Yeah, so that's a, you know what? Shout out to Draxus.
I am strong.
That was a really nice call.
Strong.
Hold a sec. All right. Absolutely Copperplint. Yeah, so mark a stress to make a standard attack against all targets with very close range. You get a fear for each target that marks hit points. Fantastic. Perfect. You know. So we need a name for this. I don't know. Storm crash. I don't know. Fury of the Tempest. I don't know. We're getting some storm vibe. A's. I'm okay for anyways. All right. So, yeah. So we have a You like Storm Crash? Okay. Storm Crash. It's easier to say anyways. All right. Storm Crash. So this, okay, Storm Crash is good. Or it could be Crash of the Storm. Does that make more sense? Or Storm Crash. Fury of the Storm. That's pretty, Fury of the Storm actually might be it. That's actually pretty sweet. I think I'm gonna have to go with Fury of the Storm. Storms, just steal straight from WoW and call it Storm Strike. I kind of think it shouldn't have a +2 to attack as an unproven warrior. Well, remember, our standard attack bonus is +2, and that's pretty baseline. And when we look at the monsters that are lower than that at tier 2, they are things like eels and rats and slimes. So, you know, I don't necessarily know that I would, you know, the failed experiment is +1, you know. I mean, I could see an argument being made for +1. I'll say that. I will say that. And the only reason I bring that up is because you know, I think we'll start at +2. You know, this is one of those things because the only reason is because if we're using Thirst for Glory, which we should be doing. Remember, advantage for the GM is they roll 2d20 and take the higher. So it has the same advantage, you know, that Advantage has in 5th edition. Hey, Agile Monk with 9 months of supporting the adventure. Shouting us out. Says, just wanted to say KLC and Derek are an absolutely great community-focused channel. Great community-focused channel. And Agile Monk, thank you so much. Because, again, that is 100% what it's about. Actually, I actually, if you guys will indulge me for a moment, which you always do, so I appreciate that. I had a really cool shout out today from me, myself, and Die. Somebody posted this, which I thought was really, really cool. So Trevor, of course, is famous. He's doing the Broken Empires. And he's doing the Broken Empires Kickstarter, and so this was really cool. So Trevor just did a live stream. It doesn't look like he does live streams that often. Yeah, like 3 months ago, 7 months ago. Not a huge live stream guy, which is totally cool.
It was great.
And somebody posted this. I guess he did a live stream the other day.
He love. This mic is, this is the classic podcaster mic, really so cool. I kind of have to, I got to make love to the mic, to make it come through. Anyway, hello, everyone. Thanks for joining me on this impromptu little chat. Do you guys know Knights of Last Call?
I don't know.
The YouTube channel? Derek? He, I came across him when I was looking for Pathfinder 2 actual plays. I know, weird. I was looking for Pathfinder 2 actual plays.
Somebody did.
And I saw his YouTube channel. I met at Gen Con this year. He is exactly like me. He knows all the games. He's played all the games. Everything. We sat there at Kelsey Dion's birthday in this Italian restaurant for hours, and we just talked about, like, all the minutia details of every system ever made. It was glorious. It was fantastic. Anyway, so I really dug this guy. I thought Derek was great.
Yeah, Trevor's amazing.
But what he does, he was telling me, is that he does, I think, weekly live streams, and he basically just caters to his patrons. That's all he does. He just talks to his patrons, and this has been a going concern for him for a long time, and he's totally chill about it. He's like, you know what? I just talked to my people, and he responds like this, and I thought, yeah, that would be a great thing for me. I always wanted to do that, actually. I wanted to just do a weekly stream just for the patrons or just for the YouTube channel members. It's just that I always run out of time because,
So yeah, so that was pretty coll. He gave us a nice little shout out there, and we had a great conversation at Gen Con as he alluded to, yeah, and so it was pretty cool that he was like, yeah, and I was telling him, he's like, well, what do you know? And I was like, yeah, I just hang out and I basically talk about with my community. So what Agile Monk said is exactly right. It's all about the community. Copper Blint, thank you so much for your donation. That's $10. That puts us over $100. That's another adversary. Thank you, Copper Blint. Steph Widner, what if it has less stress instead of less attack or damage? It rolls in like thunder and is gone in a moment once it becomes vulnerable from the stress loss. I like it. I'm totally fine giving this guy one less stress. He doesn't have the hardened veteran status that we would like to see. I'm fine dinging him a point of stress. And honestly, if you can make him vulnerable before he comes in and unleashes the fury of the storm, I think that's because let's call it what it is, people. If we do this twice, that's going to be really powerful, right? If we can do this twice, that's going to be really powerful. All right. So I think that's pretty awesome. Okay. I think this is all I want for this creature. That's it. Full stop. It's a tier 2 creature. Here's what this creature, but here's the thing. This has created a incentive for us. We know as a GM, and by the way, if I ever created monsters in like a monster manual type thing, I would give you a little blurb about how to use this monster, right? And I would say, you want to ideally charge in against a group of PCs by yourself. That is going to let you maximize all of your abilities, right? All at once. All I'm worried about is, do these abilities incentivize hit and run? Well, I will say this, Unfortunate Pumpkin. Kind of yes, kind of no. I will say that their Thunder's Revenge reaction is that they want to be in melee when they die. Is it crazy? All right, people. Is it crazy if we make Thunder's Revenge also an AoE? I'm just saying, is that crazy? And the only reason is because now, well, no, the Thunder's Revenge would just be, it is, but here's the thing. Thunder's Revenge would penalize the players for ganging up on the monster. Does that make sense? Remember how we talked about, like, you know, there's this idea of this, like, honorable combat. If the party just surrounds the guy and kills it, great, very effective. But man, you fought like dishonorable dogs. And now he gets to AoE you all. Now, also, we mentioned before, right? Shock cavalry, death before dishonor, you know, witness me. By the way, this is totally in line with everything that we've done here. So there is a motive and tactics here, right? Yes, a GM could technically play, you know, this is, by the way, this is the thing that people always talk about with, like, zombies in RPG games. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't ignore this, right? But, like, in this game, if you had a zombie, it would say motives and tactics. You know, it would say something like, you know, must eat brains. And the idea of these motives and tactics is this is how you're supposed to play the monster, you know? So Copper Blint says the AoE should do friendly fire, though. I don't hate that. I feel like opponents should be able to exploit that. Maybe. I don't know. We'll just leave it where it is now, but, you know. Yes, I would lower the damage. I'm sorry. We would make this low. We would make this less damage. Right? I would probably make this 1d8. 1d8 damage. Probably going to be 1 point of damage to everybody. But I would lower the damage. Absolutely. I don't know. Well, it's something that is, you know, something to percolate on A/B testing. Okay. Now, separately, before we this is we're creating a new pick which, then lock this in. Okay. I'm going to put a poll up. You guys decide, because I do have to use the bathroom really quick. I know I normally don't have to use the bathroom, but in this way, you know, this time I am. Well, one of the other things, the only reason I like it is, yeah, so it kind of prevents, it gives us another option here. So, what is it called? Okay, Thunder's Revenge. High damage, single target. Okay. Reset the poll and poll. All right. Get your votes in. Wow, that's really close. Wow. Lower damage AoE, though, has the win. Copper Blint says, I think bruisers should be the AoE death rattle. Keep standards as just single target. You know, I actually kind of think that's kind of fine. All right, it's very close. I'm going to keep it higher damage, single target. So, because I do like the idea of saving that for the bruiser. Yeah, the bruiser's like a one-man wrecking crew. Okay, so we're done. There you go. Sorry, King Hodop. Sometimes I got to make an executive decision. And it was close enough. I just like the idea of saving it for maybe the truly massive. Wait a second. What? Oh. What? What if when they die, it is an AoE, but it's magic damage? Because when a Thunderhoof orc dies, what if it literally is like, what if their death triggers a bolt of lightning? Is that crazy? Well, no, we were talking about doing like an AoE as their lightning ability. If someone was saying that earlier, I was misinterpreting that. We had $5. This is for King Hodop. Hey, Agile Monk just giving you a lot of love. Well, thank you, King Hodop. If somebody, yeah, like okay, and the reason why, like it's kind of like every time every time a bell rings, a fairy gets its wings. Is that what the saying is? Right? It's like the echo, the thunder, right? Is like the call, is the sound of thunder is the sound of like an orc entering Valhalla, I don't know, I kind of like that. Well, no, but see, Draxus, I like the idea that when they die, they get hit by the lightning, and it kind of, like somebody said, shoots out from that. If somebody was actually saying that earlier before, that is actually awesome. I don't know. All right. See, this is why it would take me literally 27 years to make a book, because it's like I would sit here and agonize over the little most minutia of things, So, but the other thing is, I just like the idea of them having, of them this sort of making it more fantastic, So here's the problem with this. Actually, I just realized the problem with this. Remember? Here's the problem with this, Scorpio. We wanted this to be the racial ability of all of these orcs. If we change this between orcs, then that'll become really confusing. So it has to be this. Because if we change it, I think it'll be more confusing than if it's not. Because the idea is that all of our Thunderhoof orcs are going to have that same ability. I kind of want it to be templated. You know what I mean? Correct. We had it originally called Thunderous Revenge, and then we changed it to Thunderous Revenge. Correct, Michael. We haven't even play tested them yet, right? This is just literally us spit changing it. So, okay. When the raider is defeated, they make, I don't, whatever. I don't even know what the language is. Should it be an attack or should it be a reaction roll? God, this is so difficult. I think it should be a reaction roll, I guess. I don't know exactly what, but whatever. They do not get their attack. Yeah, so they don't get their attack bonus. That's true. But maybe that's okay, Copperblint, because that way it's not right. They already get an advantage for being, Yeah, I'm okay with that. I mean, you're already doing an AoE, right? So when the raider is defeated, you know what? We could do this where we say all targets or all, what is it? All creatures. Within very close range must make a I would agility reaction roll, I guess. What's its base DC? 14. So I guess 14. On success, take 1d8, 1d6 plus 5 damage. No, I want to use d8s. Well, I don't know. We have to pick it. I don't know. 1d6 plus 5 damage. I'm just going to write this in. On failure, take 2d6 plus 5 damage and 1 stress and mark 1 stress. Yes? No? Maybe? Well, I guess it's true. This guy is just, it could just be flat. But he has tier 2 self-confessed cynic, so I mean, people are going to have like base defenses, like the worst. Remember, you had your level. The worst somebody is going to have is going to be. This is actually valuable to look at. Where's the equipment? These are the things I'm still trying to learn. Like, what are the baselines? Armor tables. Oh my god, this fucking PDF. I just need to get the book out. Somehow, see, people are like, "Oh, the PDFs are so fast." I'm like, PDFs are fucking awful. Oh, we could make it lower, but make it direct damage. Okay, so the worst armor you could have is improved Gambison, which would be a threshold of 7 plus your level. So at level 2 or 3 or 4, when you would be fighting this guy, your base threshold would be 9 at a minimum. So if you roll D8, it literally will never do anything other than a point of damage. So we really can't just make it that. We could make it direct damage. I mean, it is lightning, right? I don't know. I don't want to make it overly complicated, but correct. What I'm saying is, by making it D8, self-confessed cynic, we're rolling the die for no purpose. It literally can never, do enough damage. But I mean, we could make it, I don't know. We could make it. That's probably because we could make it this 2d8 plus 5. Something like that. I don't know. All right, we'll leave it there. We'll play test it later. Okay. I agree. That I'm completely in agreement for. Correct. All right. In fact, I don't know if this is how you're supposed to do it, but this is how I would totally do this at an actual table. I would say, as the Orc Raider dies, there is a crack of thunder and a bolt of light, or a bolt of lightning and a crack of thunder strikes the Orc and it strikes you all. I would say, everybody make a reaction roll, DC 14, and everyone would roll. And I'd go, okay, everyone who succeeded takes, and I would roll 1d8 and add the 5. You know, I'd roll like a 6, and I'd say he takes 11 damage. Then I would leave that 6 on the d8 on the table, and then I would pick up a second d8, and I would roll it, and I would say, and if you failed, and I would add that, and I would roll that d8, and I would just add it to the 6 plus 5, which I had already rolled. Let's say I roll a 4, and I'm like, you guys take 15. So, anyways. Now, this is kind of, again, you know, we were hoping for other things, but here. So now, we need to make our thunderhorn. We'll just call, you know what? Fuck it. We're calling it a thunderhorn. Wait, are they called the thunder hoof orcs? Maybe we'll change that. Whatever. So this is the template that we get to add to anybody who is mounted on a thunderhorn. Right? Now we want this to be simple, and we don't want this to change a whole lot. So I'm thinking of the following. Passive. You know, I don't know the exact language to use for this, but basically they can move up to far and still take an action, right? Normally, a foe, when they get the spotlight, they can only move close range and take an action, or they can spend basically their entire spotlight moving to up to far range. I think I could be a little bit off for this. I think that should work, right? They're mounted, they can move fast, right? Does anybody have an opinion about that? A difference of opinion about that? So I mean, that is kind of the approachability. Oh, you're saying the approachability should be the fear ability. I see. I don't know. I definitely want them to have some sort of, again, this template, you know, grants them an action, which is a fear action. Yeah, I don't want to deal with that. Again, you know, as a GM, I think you should totally, you know, be free to follow the fiction, Copper Blint, and make up whatever rules you want. I don't want to create rules for that because, my God, it just feels like a lot of work, and then you're going to be tracking individual dismounted, and I don't want to do any of that. That's one of those things where I'm happy to let a GM just figure it out and go with the flow and, you know, use the GM moves and just, you know, follow up to that. All right. So, the mount grants this ability to the orc that is riding it. The mount would grant this fear ability to be mounted. Well, I'm a little bit hesitant. I don't want to change their numbers, right? I don't want to change their thresholds. I don't want to change. So that's a great question. Should this template of being mounted on a thunderhorn, should it come with any downsides? Now, historically, no. You basically always wanted to be on a horse if you had a choice. But secondly, what ability should this mount action do? Yeah. So I think having a passive where we can move farther because we're on a mount makes sense, and then granting us this kind of fear ability, makes sense. Yeah, so the mounts don't have stats, so the mount can't mark a stress. The mount does not exist mechanically. The mount is ephemeral. The mount doesn't exist, basically. And it doesn't have stats. If you need to figure out its stats, make it up. Now, I like the idea of a shove. Right? I do like the idea of maybe dealing stress, right? The stress. Think about this, the stress of this charging you, right? Now, we could do that. We could do a damage bonus for moving and attacking. But here's the problem with doing damage bonuses. I know we're coded to think in terms of damage bonuses, but remember, at a certain point, damage bonuses don't really do anything. And here's the other thing. Remember, I've talked about this before on this channel, okay? Making hit points change doesn't change the fiction, and it's boring. Doing more damage is boring. We're not trying to beat the opponents here, right? I want to create cool, dramatic, explosive moments, right? People, kind of take a little page from Draw Steel, but like knocking people down, crushing them to the ground, putting them into bad situations, setting up golden opportunities, right? This is the type of stuff that I want to do with these moves. I mean, I know we're PF2 coded, so we're just used to thinking about like how get them dead quicker. Only thing good is attack bonus. So yeah. So I like the idea of some sort of, why do Thunder Riders care? What do Thunder Riders care about? What is their vibe? I feel like they could inflict stress. Yeah, I mean, I think being charged by a brutal orc Viking on a massive bison mount could be very stressful. Yeah, I think that could definitely be stressful. So it's possible that we tie this to some sort of charge, right? Where we could basically say, move up. I don't know how you want to phrase it. Well, so am I crazy? Now, I know I was bitching about this earlier because I said I don't like this as a reaction, but like there's an idea where it's like it's a fear reaction. And then basically here's what I'm trying to do mechanically. If you moved this turn and you moved if you moved far distance, okay? Right? Like if you can't move very close. You have to at least move far distance. You have to charge someone, okay? So you have to have moved at least, if you've moved greater than whatever. This is what I'm trying to get at. I'm doing it a very bad job, and then we're going to break it down into this. Remember, so theoretically, we've got our orc, okay? He's mounted, he's got his orc cavalry spear, he's mounted on his thunderhoof, okay? He can move up to far range. Great. He charges into a knot of PCs, okay? As he charges into a knot of PCs, he's by himself. He's going to get advantage to this attack. He marks a stress. He gains the ability to make an attack against all targets, and he gains a fear for each target that marks hit points. We could have a reaction that says something along the lines of that triggers basically whenever you hit an opponent and you moved this turn, right? And you knock them prone. And basically what this does, it would allow Fury of the Storm to fuel that fear move that we were just about to do. So in a world where we had no fear, we could charge into a group of PCs. use stress, mark Fury of the Storm, hit a bunch of them, gain 2 or 3 fear, and then immediately spend that fear on this reaction to then, I don't inflict stress upon them or knock them prone or push them down or trample them or whatever the effect is. So again, I'm thinking about how do we combo this off of that. And part of the whole mantra of this, these creatures could be like, you know, the rider is good at giving us fear, and the thunderhorn is good at consuming it, right? So the rider has to set the mount up, and the mount literally knocks them down, I guess is the way that it would work out. Right, the mount could be used by any of the orcs. What I'm saying is different is how the orcs are going to generate fear. Correct. Every different orc could have a thing. Stress and prone. Well, that's what playtesting is for, buddy. Also, everybody I've read about on Twitter, on Reddit is like, the game is so easy, the players can't even get, my players are totally immune to everything and they can't even be touched. Well, maybe they need some Northern Reaches love. Maybe they need some Monster Hunt Extreme pluses to check them. Exactly. And also, wouldn't you rather start too high and then be like, okay, this is too powerful, and then bring it down? Yeah, I mean, I would. Well, to be clear, I'm not trying to kill the PCs. I can't. If I kill them, they just avoid death. So really, there is no such thing as an overtuned monster. You're just, you know, what I'm trying to do is create dramatic cinematic moments. So even if a monster is quote unquote overtuned and you fuck up or whatever, or you roll really well, you know, so in a certain extent, they can't meaningfully threaten the PC. Right? So that is definitely a thing, because they could always just choose to avoid death. So I can't actually kill anybody anyways. But outside of that, again, I don't necessarily think that my goal with this monster is to challenge the players and make them see if they can, you know, beat the monster. What I'm really trying to do is just set up fun play patterns that ideally the players will figure out and then dismantle and destroy. Right? And that's like my philosophy around 4th edition in general, you know? Okay. So we had a bunch of stuff here. What's up, Danny? Yeah, they do have restrained, Danny is what they call it, which is where you can't move. Yeah, always easier to pull back. I say go too far and then bring it back, right? Scorpio says one of the golden rules of game design right there. Start powerful, then tune down. All right, fuck it. Reaction where the bison gores, tramples a bunch of people around them, inflicting stress and knocking people prone. A bison move like that would fit very well for this tribe. Yeah, we already have the mobility, and they aren't skirmishers. Let's see them stopping and thrashing. Yeah. I'm not really interested in who they charged through Copper Blint as much. In fact, I don't really see these guys as charging through anybody. Take care, Dr. T-Hart. I see them as charging right in and stopping to, you know, get into the shit of it. What makes them want to hit and run? Copper Blint. Oh, I see what you're saying. you hate that you hate your decision because it makes them want to hit and run. Yeah. An AoE around the place you stop encourages sticking. Okay. I'm just gonna write like, I don't know how to write this in a very elegant way. So if you, I mean, I could just say if you moved this turn, but I don't know. I don't even know how to write this. I don't want you to be able to use this if you didn't move. Does that make sense? Or should you just be able to use this if you moved? Yeah, King Hodop, I'm thinking about me. I'm thinking about if somebody else wrote this and now I'm reading it. And the thing that I would say if I read that, if someone wrote that, is I would say, great, so now I have to fucking track who charged last turn. I'm never doing that because it's not even a turn. It could be 10 minutes. It could be, I might never charge again that. I don't want to track that. So that's one of the things where it's like, I don't want the monster to have a memory. If that makes sense. I don't want it to be able to like remember what it did. So you think it's the opposite. You can only use it if you don't move. The big bison charging in feels like it should really do something when it moves. I mean, that's kind of the whole point of cavalry, I suppose. Nice, Aaron. Yeah. I mean, the way I see it is this template is granting these abilities to the rider. I know. I just don't want to make it. I don't want to make it so that it's too. I don't want to make it so it's too complicated. I mean, really, what I wanted to say is like basically, if you moved, far distance, this action, or if you moved far distance, and this turn, whatever, and an enemy marked HP. That's the trigger. They mark 1 stress and gain and temporary. How do you spell temporarily? It's getting late. Thank you. Gain prone condition. Something like that. I guess the problem is, don't we? So here's the thing. Nothing about this has anything to do with charging. So I want the thing that makes them want to charge. So these abilities would work just as well if they were on foot. So I want something about them to reward them for moving and charging in. And I figure that should be on the thunderhorn. Because it makes sense that when they're on their bison orc mount, that's when they want to move. Now, as for the mechanical incentive of I want to charge into a group of people and hit them and then charge out, I don't know. I don't have a good, fix for that. No, it's not. They don't get any bonus. All of these things work whether you moved, didn't move. Hell, if they surround you. I don't mind that. That is kind of annoying because you have to track a condition. I mean, remember too, we do have that. These are not just fluffy bullshit time, right? Like, we could have, the motives and tactics, may not involve. They're not hit and run, What do you mean by that, Vin? What do you mean by replace the passive and just have 2 actives? Oh, okay. I see. Like, something like that. Ooh, King Hodop, I like that. Wait, no, because that means that they can't use it to run away. Yes, yeah. I like that. And then again, I don't know actually how you do this, but Copper Blint, if we make it a standard attack, then they can't use their Fury of the Storm. So I want it to be able to. Right. So the idea is that yeah, I think Relentless is too soon. We would never put Relentless on a standard creature. And by the way, you know what we could do? You know what we could do, folks? You know what we could do? Hold on. Hold on. Loading. 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 Okay. Here's what we could do. Anyone want to guess where in this book? There we go. Come on, load, please. What if the mount costs a BP? Does that make any sense? And does that give us a little bit more real estate to play with? Is adding the mount template worth a BP? Draxus assumed that was always the case. Well, remember, the mount isn't an actual creature, you know? I mean, we could even put in something, though, Draxus, that we said, if you need to, the mount cannot be independently targeted or whatever like that. But we could say that if we assume that, that it's mounted, that it's treated as a minion, right? It just has like one hit point, you just hit it and it's dead. So, alternatively, we could do a encounter template where it costs 2 BP to put everybody on mounts. Right? So, like, it's not a template that we necessarily put on the monster. It's almost like an environment. It's like it's an encounter template. And rather than trying to price it out per creature, right. Generally speaking, King Hodop, they're a cavalry culture. I would expect everyone to be mounted. That is my assumption. Everybody. I mean, it's like a Dothraki thing. It's they're all mounted. I mean, they're definitely all mounted, or at least in my mind, they're all mounted. At least when they're on raiding. I mean, they're not literally always living on their horses. Yeah, these are plains tribes people. I mean, when they're sitting at home, I don't know. You never watched Game of Thrones? I refuse to believe that. You don't know anything about Game of Thrones? Okay. I love how the first thing comes up is Dothraki get decimated by the army of dead. Yeah, of course it is, because that was a terrible episode.
Listen.
Spears up!
That's the vibe we're going
Back to
for.
King's Landing.
I'm not abandoning my army.
You're the commander, not a damn infantryman. Those fuckers are about to swamp us.
We can hold them.
And then, of course, it's a fantasy game or a fantasy show. You also get, they have a dragon, so there's that. It's one of the best scenes in the entire show, by the way. It's Drogon flying over the Dothraki. And that is why, in real life, dragons would absolutely fucking destroy everything. We're actually coming up on the level appropriate damage image. Where's it at? That's where we the Knights of Last Call meme of level appropriate damage is taken from this episode. Oh, I don't think it's in this one. Okay, anyways. Classic Dickon. All right. Right, now that, but lightning. Okay. So something like, yeah, they charge and they take an action, and then they do their thing. Okay. Follow me on this. Now, this isn't actually complicated. It's just what it is. Am I crazy about this? All right, ready? This is called I'm leveraging existing components. You ready? What if Thunderous Charge marks 1 stress? Now, follow me on this. If you Thunderous Charge and you mark 1 stress, and then you charge into a group of people and you use the Fury of the Storm, you will have been out of stress, which means you can't do it again, and you're vulnerable. So it's like a reckless attack from D&D 5th edition, because it, by definition of the rules of the game, makes you now vulnerable because you're at 0 stress, or all your stress is marked, I should say. And it means we can't do it again twice. So, and from a play pattern perspective, we can either use Fury of the Storm twice, we can use Thunderous Charge twice, or we could use both once. But if we do it, if we do the mega combo, our Raider will end up in melee, having done a massive AoE, generating and knocking everybody down, but then they themselves are now vulnerable because they ran out of stress. And that means they can't do it again. So it's like a reckless attack. It's like built in through the mechanics of the game. And Drexus, absolutely. When we put in a bruiser or something like that, they might have enough stress that they could do this multiple times. So, okay. So yeah, I actually think that works perfect for me. And right, and now that they're vulnerable, what do you want to do? Hey, he's vulnerable. We should surround him and kill him. And if you surround him and kill him, then he gets the Thunder's Revenge. So, yeah. So the question is, what should this be? That's the only question I have. I don't actually know. I personally think that this should be tied to when you charge. Because here's the reason, Vin. Because if you don't do that, I like the idea that if you can engage with this creature first, it's at a significant disadvantage. If you engage with this creature and you just set it up to use its thunderhorn ability, I don't feel like that feels right. I think that the key to beating this creature is to get into combat with it before it can charge you, basically, right? If it's charging at you and then it hits you, then it's going to be like hitting a freight train. Correct. I mean, it does only do something. Right, there's a downside to this. The downside is this ability doesn't always work. So if you let them strike first, then it's going to be potentially nasty for you. But if you can engage with them first, I think it's fine. And again, this wording might need to be changed, or how we do this, but anyways, all right. Well, we got 1.5 monsters done because we added this thing. All right. Well, it's 11:46. Is there a type of ability, not a reaction, that we can just have instead, like requirement you haven't been attacked? That is technically not anything that exists in the current framework of the game, to my understanding. Plus, then we have to, instead of tracking whether or not we've been attacked, we could track, if we've marked hit points. Like, that's something that we're already tracking hit points. So that is an option. I think you could just tag it onto the action. Additionally, potentially, we could do that. I mean, there might be a way to write this as one thing here. Okay. Right now, we'll just leave it. So, let's do another one. Hopefully it won't take us as long. All right. Do we want to do a bruiser, the ranged, the social? I don't really want to do the social. And the support. Or the leader. So we have the leader, the bruiser, the ranged, the support orc. I don't think the lead, they're not evil, Copper Blend. I don't think these people would be killing their own people. They're chaotic, but they're chaotic neutral. I mean, the shaman could be a lot of things. Shaman could be a leader. Shaman could be the ranged. Shaman could be the support. We'll do a poll. Bruiser, leader, ranged, support. Alrighty, vote. Yeah, there's no Bob Dylan. There's no Bob Dylan singing songs about that. Right, who has the war drum? That's a great question, Danny. All right, what's winning here? Support. All right, let's read what Daggerheart has to say about support. I don't think that would. Okay. Supports are as varied in their abilities as leaders. They might bolster an ally or stop a foe in their tracks. When selecting adversaries, limit the use of support adversaries. Their defeat should be an important part of the tactical calculation. Protect them with standard adversaries and distract them with bruisers or ranged. Supports have similar stats to standards, if not slightly weaker. They do low damage and have middling hit points. As they usually need to mark stress to use their actions, they typically have higher stress than other adversaries. So that's an interesting concept there. Modded Furbolg ability. You can move up to far range and melee. You can move up to far range into melee range with one or more targets. When you do, you can mark a stress to deal 1d12 physical damage to all targets within melee range. Chimera, yeah, we might end up using that language. That's pretty clean language. That's actually pretty good. Great point, Vin. Minions, hordes, range, solos, minions, social. All right, Cult Adept. This is a mage, and we can see here he's got 6 stress. I'm gonna I'm going to shrink down the poll here a little bit. He's got 6 stress. He only does 2d4 plus 3 damage. That literally might as well just say he can deal 1 point hit point of damage. His thresholds are 918 instead of 1020. So, you know, slightly lower hit points, 6. By the way, this is why I was saying that, like, putting the standard orc at, like, 4 hit points is like, so what, he's the same level as, like, the experienced mage? Anyways, he has 3 spells that are all actions and a reaction. So he has Enervating Blast, which is spend a fear to make a standard attack. If it's successful, they mark a stress. They have mark a stress to wrap an ally within a shroud of protection. While protected, the target has resistance. That means they take half damage to all damage. That's a nice support ability. And then Shadow Shackles. Spend a fear and choose a point within far range. All targets within close range of that point are restrained in smoky chains until they break free with either a successful strength or instinct roll. A target restrained by this feature must spend a hope just to be able to make an action roll. And then lastly, Fear is Fuel. Twice per scene, which I don't love because then I have to track it, when a PC rolls with fear, clear a stress. This thing seems brutal. Holy shit. So this is kind of whatever. Honestly, you know, spending a stress to make an attack, and then only if it hits do they mark a fear or mark a stress. So me spending a fear to make one PC mark a stress if I hit, this seems really sus. Like, this doesn't even really seem like there's a lot going on. Now, this is a 1 ally super buff, giving them half distance, or half resistance to all damage. All damage. And then Shadow Shackles is a AoE entangle that costs a hope just to be able to make an action roll. And then lastly, randomly, they have a stress restorer. So there's a lot going on here. Now, I am going to theorize something here for our support. Well, no, is that a leader? I don't know. It kind of blends the line a little bit. But what I'm thinking of is, what if it does blend the line between support and leader, and I'm not sure which is right, but you guys tell me. I'm trying to close this poll. I guess my idea is sort of, well, I guess it is a leader, because I'm about to say lead by example. Because, you know, the idea that we can buff our allies, but only if we're you know, getting shit done and charging into melee and, you know, tearing shit up. But I guess that literally is what a leader is. Okay, so let's shift. What if the support is a shaman who uses lightning to sort of bless their allies with lightning? They can call thunder blasts to disorient and disrupt their foes. You know, something like that. Because I mean, this is a mage. I feel like that's more of a leader ability, Draxus. Leaders, a lot of one of the key defining things of a leader is their ability to make other people. You can see here. So I brought the leader. A leader can spotlight multiple allies in one move, buff them, or summon new combatants to the field. Right? So imagine, if you will, a leader who could trigger multiple standard raiders to charge all at once, and they could hit you all over the place, right? That would be really nasty. So the other thing is, remember, we want to, we want to tie in to our standard, right? This is the backbone. So what do we want? We want the enemies to be grouped together, right? Because if the enemies are grouped together, then our Fury of the Storm is going to be its most potent, which means that our Thunderous Charge ability will be at its most potent, right? So that's kind of that's the core play pattern of this, right? And obviously we want our raiders to, to be by themselves. So we could do like a electric aura, right? If people attack their allies, the attacker takes damage. I like that. I like imbues allies with attacks. Imbue allies attacks with lightning. Summons thunderclouds, which impair vision. That's right. What about a buff? What about a buff that turns? What about a buff that turns the damage of an ally or the allies or whatever into direct damage, right? Again, we were just looking at the Dothraki. What am I envisioning? I'm envisioning, and again, I'm sorry, King Hodop, for being the one person who never watched Game of Thrones. What if, like at the Battle of Winterfell, when Melisandre, right, blesses the Dothraki's Eric's, and she ignites their weapons on fire. What if the stormcaller can literally turn their weapons into living bolts of lightning? And now it goes from physical damage, yes, to direct magic damage. So remember, direct damage cannot be stopped by armor. So you can't mark armor to resist it. So that would be pretty brutal. No, I agree that direct damage doesn't have to be magical. The ogre, for example, does direct damage just with his big, massive fucking club. But I like the idea that I like the idea that their weapons are literally now, almost turning into living lightning. Their spears are, being blessed by the heavens, or something like that, and they are becoming these kind of crack. I'm adding the fantasy element to it. This is something I always talk about, is like adding the fantasy element to it. It definitely could shred some guardians. Love it. An electric fence. Characters weaken when not within melee of an ally, forcing them to clump together. Static electricity or magnetism. A storm that forces agility rolls for any movement beyond very close range. That's kind of cool. Lock them down, their mobility. I want to avoid mostly increased damage. I like the idea of changing the damage type, though. Could help the orcs regain stress. That's one way to do it. So we got a couple. Oh, you never watched, George? You never watched it? Wow. Weren't you there with us, George? I seem to recall that you were. Okay. Well, all right. Well, I'm just gonna put, what was it called? I'm going to put Thunderhoof, Orc, Stormcaller. Tier 2 support. A shaman blessed by the holy gift of lightning. All right, so I'm imagining that if an orc gets struck by lightning, right, most of the time they die because that's what happens. What happens when an orc is struck by lightning? The same thing that happens to anything else, right? But some orcs survive, which means it's a sign that they're strong enough and they have been blessed by the storm, right? And they are sort of imbued with this divine ability to call to the storm. And maybe even when people are like, you know, like they're sort of trained or blessed, like during a storm, which they view as sort of a holy event, some orcs will literally go up, you know, to a high point on the plains, right? That not that there's many, but you can imagine there's like some sort of relative hilltop, and they basically ask to be blessed. And, you know, if they are successful, they're blasted by lightning, and most orcs die, but some orcs survive and they become stormcallers, right? And now they have this gift of electricity and lightning, and you could imagine that they, you know, maybe their facial tattoos are sort of kind of exploding, or crackling around their face. Maybe their eyes are, you know, all white or blue or something like that. Yeah, absolutely, right? Absolutely. Right, yeah, like the ones that fail are you know, like they have joined with the storm, you know, something like that. So yeah. No, I know, right? Those are what they're called, right? Oh, Draxus. That's awesome, right? Yeah, they actually have the sort of the jagged scars across them, you know? You know, so their motives and tactics. Let's see. Let's see here. Share the storm. Yeah, I don't know. Share the storm. Yeah, I don't know. Rally. Bring the thunder. You know. Something like that. All right. Well, these don't matter as much, but they are important. But, you know, I don't want to get too slowed up because it's already midnight. Okay. Thresholds, hit points, and stress. So we know that we want to give them more stress. So I like that one. So I'm going to tip their hit points down by 1 or 2. Because I think the mage had 4 hit points. So, I mean, this is still kind of an orc, right? So the mage had 4 hit points, 6 stress. We'll give the orc stormcaller 5 hit points, 5 stress. The mage's tier 2 difficulty was 14. Their attack was +2. That all seems fine. I mean, obviously, we know what their attack is going to be, right? Which is going to be, you know, Thunderbolt, far. Now, let me ask you this: Am I crazy about this? This is a Derek idea. Oh yeah, we need to change the thresholds too, for sure. My idea is, and this is kind of a Derek way of thinking. If you're using orcs, you're probably going to use a bunch of orcs. And if you're using orcs, I kind of only want you to have to use D8s because that's what the orcs use. Does that make sense? Like, I kind of want everything to be a D8. That way you don't have to find different dice, right? When you're sitting at your GM screen and you're fighting, when you're dealing with orcs, all you need is D8s, right? You don't need D8s and D10s and D12s. If it's orcs, if it's a band of orcs, you just need d8s. So my idea here is to unify the dice, not just across the monster, but across the entire category of monsters, so that they all use this. Silence your blasphemous tongue, King Hodop. All right. Just use a VTT. Even a VTT uses dice, King Hodop. Okay. So the damage from the Thunderbolt is just going to be 2d8 magical. Against most PCs, this is going to do a point of damage. Dwayne, I'm aware of that. That is how that works. But against particularly low threshold HPs, this might be able to hit. All right, experiences. What were the mages' experiences? The mages' experience, the cult leaders' experiences were fallen lore and rituals. Well, that works for me. Storm lore and rituals. All right. Again, we can always change this stuff here. All right. Features. Now, being an orc, he automatically gets Thunder's Revenge. When the Stormcaller is defeated. All right. Boom. Done. Okay. Now, next, we need to give this guy some passives and actives. Spells, basically, is what we need to give him. Spells probably should cost stress, maybe cost fear. And now, again, when this guy is mounted, okay, he may want to use his Thunderous Charge. Now, he's not going to be particularly great at that, but it could be a way for him to get a bunch of fear. You still like the direct damage passive. Okay, so how do we do that, though? He could. Draxus. He could. He could have a very powerful close spell. That's fine. That's true. So how do we want to name this blessing thing? Reaction. If an ally you can see takes damage, spend a fear to deal an additional point of damage to them and grant them the empowered condition. While empowered, they deal direct damage instead. I think I would rather this be a direct buff. The question is, should it be to multiple people? What should be the duration? Should it be to a single target? Like, I imagine it's going to cost a stress. I feel like the direct damage buff doesn't make this guy feel like much of a target. I just make his target more of a. It just make it. Well, okay. It could be tied to him, right? Like maybe it's action. Maybe it's fear. Blessing of the Storm, or stress, or something. Yeah. What was it called? Actually, I don't remember. Of the Storm. There we go. Action. Well, the problem is, Draxus, there is no such thing as a turn. There's no such thing as a turn in Daggerheart. Mark 1 stress. Should he gain a condition? Copper. I like that. I like that. Mark 1 stress. I don't actually know the Daggerheart language for this, if it's appropriate to do this. Gain blessed condition until the stormcaller marks severe damage. While blessed, all allies within far range. Why is range getting capitalized? All allies within far range. Damage becomes direct magical. Again, I don't know the actual Daggerheart language for this. This is where an editor would come in handy. But they can call upon the blessing of the storm. They gain the blessed condition until they mark severe damage. While they're blessed, all allies within far range, all allies within far range's damage becomes direct magical. Something, yeah, I don't know the exact language for that, but okay. So they call upon this, they get this ability, and now everybody's doing direct damage. Now, what else do we want this guy to do? Because, again, I think he's fine to have 2 more things, probably, just like the mage. Like, we could give him more of a, we could give him a damage type ability or something like that would, maybe attack the enemy's stress. We could also give it a reaction that triggers, I mean, he has his death reaction, but we could give him a reaction like that works, like when, like lightning strikes twice or something like that, to that effect. I do like some of the ideas about, some sort of storm thing to make it so that it's difficult to just, shoot down the charging raiding party. Alternatively, yes, caging the opponents in. Center of the storm. Ooh, target a location. Any movement away from that location deals damage. That's kind of cool. I kind of like that. I do kind of like that. Yeah. Eye of the Storm. I don't know. We already used Storm, but now, so I think this should be a fear move. Generally speaking, I like the phrasing of that copper blend. The only thing is I want it to be Eye of the Tempest. I'm down with it. Okay, so action, fear, spend. Well, so the thing is here is what we would do is I wouldn't make it all creatures. I would make it all targets. I would make it all enemies, right? Like they would be right. They're blessed by the storm. You know, they don't. I don't think the enemies would get targeted by this. So yeah, we'll kind of change this here. I'll just write this down here. Spend 1 fear. Again, I don't know exactly, you know, what the language is here. Apparently, my backspace doesn't work. Okay. Choose a point in far range. Very. Is that a range in this game? Far range. Any. I don't know any enemy within close range that moves. Okay, it does exist. Well, the only reason I like this is because I love the idea that before the charge begins, right? Like the stormcaller is calling down the storm before we've even like closed the distance, you know? Something like that. Obviously there's like some language there. Like, is it a reaction roll? Is it automatic damage? Is it stress? Would it be too much that attacks outside of close range have disadvantage? What do you mean, Draxus? Because I like the idea of this. Oh, like range shooting in. No, because I don't really think that. I mean, again, our players can leave the storm. They just take damage to do so. And a storm wall ability. What is a storm wall ability? Like some sort of like thing to prevent attacks or something like that? We could kind of combine that with that. I'm drawing a blank beyond what the cultist did. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to do a ton else. I mean, the cultist, like I said, it had this kind of random enervating blast spin of fear, but I mean, I guess the question is, should it buff? We do have it having a buff, which, you know, I think is pretty cool. It gives all the allies this direct magical damage bypassing. And then we have this choose a point, you know, choose a point. The only real question is, should we give it a reaction? I like the idea of it having a reaction beyond its death reaction. And some people have said that maybe he should have some sort of ability, because he is called a stormcaller. What about it clears a stress when an ally dies? I like that. The question is, what else can he do with his stress? If we do have that, then I want him to have another ability that costs stress. I think he should have 2 abilities that cost stress. I mean, support characters aren't necessarily AoE dealers, you know? I like that. I do like that. So like mark of stress when an ally within far range takes damage. What about that? What about that? Does that work? Is that too brutal? um all right, King Hodop, take care. I will say, oh, okay. Copper Blint. I kind of like that a little bit. Okay. Yeah, I like that. I like that. How about we do that? How about when an ally within far range takes severe damage, trigger their Thunder's Revenge. So if you hit them really hard, right, he can bring down the lightning upon you, right? I like that. So, and I think that kind of works, right? And now you get this really weird spot where, like, you do want to do a lot of damage, because if you can do severe damage, you could kill the standard in 2 hits. If you could do 3 and 3, he's dead. But if you do 3 and there's a support stormcaller, you're going to take AoE damage. So, and by the way, one of the best ways to do severe damage against this person is to do a team up, is to do a tag team. So like a melee tag team, right? And team up. So I do like that. I like that a lot. What do you guys think? Is that enough? We have 2 stress abilities, a reaction, and then we have a fear action, this Tempest ability. I know people were talking about something that maybe blocks line of sight and stuff like that, but I don't know. I think this is probably enough for what we have here. So I think this is fine. All right. So let's do. We might not get entirely through it, because I do want to finish by 1 a.m. Let's do one last one. What do you guys want to do? You want to do the ranged? You want to do the leader, the bruiser? Remember that leaders and bruisers get they are worth 3 build points. Draxus says bruiser. So there you go, guys. All I need to do is spend 10 or 12 hours a week, then play test this stuff for 50 hours, and then maybe I can make 2 pages of content for Duality Digest, because that's how much page content this would take up. I think that's why people actually put art in their books, is they just don't want to write anymore. So we just did support. Okay. All right. I don't know who's left. Nobody. Poll. Yeah, you gotta pad the. That's why Paizo has the gigantic gutters that take up literally 30%, and then you got a ton of fluff. And then when you really think about it, you're like, suddenly you have, yeah, exactly. You've turned 5 monster profiles into 12 pages. All right. So at one point in this stream, we had 107 people, and we are now down to 40, as one would expect. So you know what? Those of you who stayed behind, those of you who held it out, we're going to get our poll in, and then we're giving away a Daggerheart. We're giving away a Daggerheart. So if you want, now, unfortunately, I did just ship one of these to the EU. Not that long ago. and it cost me $117 to ship this to the EU, which is obviously over twice. No, the price in this is $60. So unfortunately, unless you, for some crazy reason, want to pay for that shipping, it is not available to the EU people. I'm so desperately sorry, but or Australia or whatever, where I'm sure it would be even more expensive. I don't know what Canada would be. It's a heavy thing. It's a heavy package, and I can't be in the business of giving away half of my streams tips just to ship a prize that I also paid for out of my. So yeah. Anyways, Daggerheart giveaway. No, because I'm going to be doing that on the Patreon, and that's not here. Also, this isn't a Fabulous Ultimate stream, so. Oh, this is very close. Leader and ranged are tied. We need a tiebreaker here, folks. And I'm going to reset it. All right. Leader has won, so we are going to go with leader. All right. Before we do leader, type !join to join the wait list to win a Daggerheart copy. Again, if you win and you're not in the United States of America, I will find out how much it costs to ship it to you, and I will ship it to you if you send me the money, but I am not in the business. Unfortunately, like I said, it cost me over $105, $110 to ship it to Portugal. Happy to do it, once, but not in the business too. Oh yeah. Twitch can join in too. Anybody who types !join. Oh, you mean can you do it on both? No, I think it'll only give you one name. But if your name is in there twice, don't be a cheater. Because at this point, we're 5 hours in. If people stuck around this long, if there's a way that I could buy it for you and then ship it to you, I would do that. I don't even know if they're, available in your neck of the woods. I know that they finally gotten the reprint back up. So !join. I'll let that run for a few moments. Okay. So while we're waiting for that, !join. Let's see what the game has to say about leaders. They could be the antagonist of the whole campaign or just the current encounter. Either way, they're only as good as the allies who follow them. This adversary could be the boss of a thieves guild, an evil knight. They bring strength of their forces to bear. A leader can spotlight multiple enemies in one move, buff them, or summon new combatants to the field. And they create dynamic combat by rallying and maneuvering their forces. But a leader is also dangerous in their own right. They usually have some of the highest attributes for their tier of play, making them difficult to hit, hard to take down, and deadly when they land a blow. When you build an encounter with a leader, the most important thing you can do is sell the fiction, is see what type of features they use, and pair them with other adversaries who take advantage of those features. A leader should have stats that surpass those other adversaries in the same tier. These adversaries are difficult to defeat because they deal more damage, have higher damage thresholds, and have higher difficulty. Their main weakness is that much of their strength comes from their allies. Take those away, and a leader will struggle. Okay. We're just giving them Mardu abilities now, Pumpkin, from from Magic. I love it. You know what? We could do a lot worse, Pumpkin, than that. All right. Schiffer, Cephalopod. I don't even know if we're going to get it. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's only 9 people who are in this entry. This is the kind of benefit that you get. You have a 1 in 9 chance of winning a Daggerheart book. Look at that. Copper, I would agree with that. They're kind of like a solo in a way, but they don't have relentless. Instead, they try to use their allies. That's probably not a bad way to describe it. Additionally, yeah, a leader is 3. A bruiser is 4. A solo is 5. So a bruiser is still tougher still, but not by much. Not by much. All right. Oh, Jake got in there. Sorry. Now everybody only has a 10% chance. All right, we're going. Well, you know, Copper, if you win, you know what, Copper, if you win, I will let you pick the winner. All right, here we go. Drawing for a copy of Daggerheart with a 1 in 10 chance. The advantage of Knights of the Last Call. We give away more insane prizes than anyone else does. And yet, we have nobody watching our show. I love it. Thank you so much, everybody. Oh, Draxus got in there. Bloop. All right, Copper. You withdrew yourself. What do you want to do? You want me to select a different name, or do you want to pick somebody? He was honest. He said he already won one. So he said, I already own it. I don't know why I joined. Laughing out loud because someone else rooted for him. All right. All right, Laughing. You win a copy of Daggerheart. Copper Blint has decided to bless Laughing Out Loud. Oh, and he was in my first Dragontide game. There we go. Draxus says I was going to pick them too. Look at that. Laughing Out Loud picking up as he's working double council duty in both Dragontide and Northern Reaches. A bunch of people were. Copper Blint shouted you out and gave you the frickin' thing. Draxus says he was rooting for you, Laughing Outlaw. So there you go. Knights of Last Call, getting it done. All right. So, we need our final for the night. So we have our Thunderhoof, Orc, and do we want to be really clever, or do we just want to call them a war chief? Level 2 Sleater. You know, we could call them, you know, maybe something like, you know, a war chief, you know, Storm King. That kind of sounds more like a solo, though. Bruisers and solos can have the cool name. All right, I agree with that. I mean, just from give them a flavorful name. Oh, okay. Stormlord. I like Stormlord. Stormlord's pretty cool. I don't mind Stormlord. Although, I was thinking, if the support is Stormcaller, they could be cool too. All right, I'm just gonna. For right now, I'm just gonna Lord of Thunder. Thor. I'm just gonna leave it as a conduit. That would actually be kind of appropriate from the one above that. But I'm just gonna leave it as, you know, war chief for right now. We can change this later. A fearsome leader. Mjolnir. So motives and tactics. You know, lead from the front. Never give up. Never surrender. Just chieftain? All right, chieftain. Never give up. Never surrender. By Grapthar's hammer. Smite. Okay. So we know that we want to have higher and higher and higher. So I think we should move the difficulty to, do we think like 16? And let's make the threshold. Oh, we never did change the thresholds, by the way, for this guy. So our baseline is 1020. What if this guy is like 1228? That seems pretty chonky. By Grapthar's hammer. What a savings. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. Hit points. Let's give him 4 stress, and let's give him 7 hit points. Does that sound right? As we've been doing, let's take a look at leaders at tier 2 and see what we're working with here. Skulk. Okay. Yep. Here, look at that. 1225, difficulty 15, stress 5. This is a master assassin. So I think we could probably just let's make sure we're lined up to that. All right. Well, I went difficulty 16, so maybe we tick that down a little bit. That's fine. We can tick that down. Threshold's 1225. I had 1228. All right, so I definitely want to bring the 6 down. And I put mine at 7.4, and he's 7.5, so fuck that. So we'll go 15. Oh, you know what? That's true. I forgot our core. Let's go 8, because our standard has 6. Fuck that. Grr. This guy's beefy. Oh, no. Sorry. Our stormcaller has 5. Our standard has 6. We're giving this guy 8. Chonk. And we'll make his attack bonus +5. And, I don't know. Orc. Warlance. And we'll make the damage. We'll leave it 2d8, I think, but make it like +10. Just make it big. Born in the Saddle +3. Raid leader. +2. Here we go. Okay. So we have Thunder's Revenge. Of course. 15. And now we have to decide, what does this leader do? So what does this leader do? As an example. Well, this is just because they're an assassin. We have to make strike is 1. Mark is stressed to spotlight a number of other assassins equal to the assassin's unmarked stress. Rough. Wow, that's so powerful. When the assassin successfully makes a standard attack against a vulnerable target, you can spend a fear to deal severe damage instead of their standard damage. It just goes straight to severe. And momentum reaction. When the assassin makes a successful attack against a PC, you gain a fear. Man, I'm telling you, these monsters in the book seem tougher than our monsters. My God. That's brutal. I mean, strike is 1. So obviously, we're going to need some kind of, version of this. It goes without saying. Right. So this is our, this is our 4th Eorlingas move. Mark. Maybe that's what the Bruiser does. Maybe. I really like the idea that this guy he kind of sucks without his allies, Pumpkin. And so if killing the allies lets him absorb it, that would make him stronger. That doesn't seem right. Self-confessed cynic says, yeah, I have no idea why people think Daggerheart is easy, aside from the opting out of death part, if these assassins are anything to go by. I know, right? This thing seems brutal. I mean, not only, look, he's got 5 stress. So when you mark the first stress, that you can make 4 assassins go. And then, you know, they themselves are pretty nasty. Mark a stress to send D4 mounted allies charging. I don't know that it should be random. They are chaotic, Draxus, so I don't mind a random roll. No, because Jake, I think when an orc dies, you know, they would you know, they a lot of leaders use the D4 Atlas. Okay, I mean, I believe you. Right. So let's think about the play pattern of the chieftain. That's what we really need to think about. Vin keeping us on point as always. So what do we know? Well, we know a couple of things. One, we know that our core unit is only going to be able to do their Wombo Mambo combo once. The Wombo Mambo combo, technically the most Womboist of Mambo combos, would be that the Thunderhoof Orc Stormcaller would call upon the blessing of the storm, and then the Thunderhoof Orc Raiders would all thunderous charge into combat, marking a stress, putting them at 1 of 2, and then they would use their Fury of the Storm to attack, giving you a bunch of fear. But now those creatures, those Orc Raiders, are out of stress, and they are vulnerable, right? So they've gone into combat like they were supposed to, and now they are potentially vulnerable, and they cannot charge again, and they cannot do Fury of the Storm again. So for my money, if a leader had the ability to heal stress somehow, that would make all of our standard monsters that much more strong, because that means the next time that they get a turn, they could Fury of the Storm again. So, like, one of the ways that we can really empower our standard monster is by healing their stress in some fashion. And obviously, it goes without saying that being able to, you know, spotlight them, you know, would be pretty good as well. So I do like the idea of a war cry. I don't know what we do this to. Mark a stress to spotlight a number of other Thunderhoof orcs equal to what? Equal to something. Okay. So that's our core ability, right? He can just make them charge. But what I'm thinking of, we'll just make it 1d4. 1d4 plus 1. Only reason, I mean, we do need a d4 now, but I guess, I mean, I can't make it a d8. That seems kind of excessive, right? If this is what other things use, I mean, the number itself is something that is, right? There's design and development. This is design. I'm not worried too much about development. Okay. Next. I want some sort of ability where equal to the number of opponents that took magic damage. Yeah, but now I have to track who took magic damage, Pumpkin. That's also, in theory, I'm hopefully using this at the start of the fight before anything actually really happens. So what I'm looking here is I want some sort of action where the chieftain charges in, shows them how it's done, then heals stress to their allies, plus potentially something else. Yes, that is why I was avoiding the die thing, because I just didn't want to have to do it. But I mean, it's whatever. So basically, I want to lead from the front. You know, I want the chieftain to charge in, heal him for stress, blah da 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 da. You know, something, whatever. That's not bad, Jake. I love that. Restore stress to nearby allies equal to the number of HP marked by an attack. Yeah. I think that's kind of sick. I actually really like that. Yeah, I like that a lot. Again, I guess that's a reaction in some ways, right? Yeah, it's like a passive or reaction. It's I don't know which one it is, but you know. Passive. When the chieftain I don't know what the language is here. I like the thing about how these leaders need to be threats in their own right. Yeah, exactly. So having some kind of empowered attack that grants stress is better to me than a reaction that uses their normal attack. I got it. Okay, so you'd rather have it be something specific and over the top? Because remember, they are doing extra damage. I mean, I'm down for a variety of ideas. I'm open to anything. Right, that works too. When the chieftain forces a PC to mark any number of HP, clear an equal number of stress from any number of allies within close range. Are you saying you like the passive or you don't like the passive, Vin? Yeah, this will work. This will work regardless of whether we give them. I want to give them a big attack. I want to give them a fear attack. Yeah, I'm going to use copper blints. This is actually now this is a reaction now technically. I think. When a chieftain forces a PC to mark any number of HP, clear an equal number of stress. Ooh, and activate an ally. Passives and reactions feel very wishy-washy about which is which. Yeah. It could be a passive if you want it to happen every time, right? That's true. And we do want this to happen every time. So I think it is passive. Correct. I agree. Yeah, I like it as being a passage. Okay. So, I think we have room in the design for two more things. I like the idea of some sort of big fear attack. right? And oh, that's a great question, Jake. My intention would be that it would be total. So how do we need to phrase that? Clear I don't know. Clear and equal. There we go. How about that? When the chieftain forces a PC to mark any number of HP, clear an equal number of stress divided among any number of allies within close range. Well, the problem is I don't really want to buff Thunderer's Revenge so much because I think I like that it works. I think it's just the same on every single person. I mean, we could have something else, but yeah. A big blast that deals more damage the more PCs are close. What do you mean by are close? Now that's interesting. We could reverse it, right? Because the thunderhorn makes them prone. Because right now our boss doesn't have a big, I mean, I'm assuming that this is going to be some kind of AoE type thing. Okay, I like that. All right, maybe right, because here's the thing. No. I love this. Here's why I love this. So what Vin said for people who are just listening, to be honest, maybe the chieftain tramples through the party. That'd make him stand out and give him a unique vibe. The chieftain doesn't have to prove his worth. He's already proven his worth. The raiders are looking to get stuck in, right, and either die gloriously. It's their version of taking the lightning bolt, right? They ride in, and they either win and come out a victory, a hero, or they die. But the chieftain, they did that, right? They've already proven their worth, and so they don't necessarily have to just be stuck in like that. So yeah, maybe they have some sort of, I don't know. Like a perfect lazy general, as you would expect. So maybe they have some kind of, it's some sort of trample ride by thing. And it's an action, and, spend a fear, and, it's got to be tied. It's got to be tied to their mount. I mean, technically we could say like, I don't know. It could key off the prone condition. I like that. Jorelson, we are making these orcs. That is what we were doing. So we have a standard orc, which is the Thunderhoof Orc Raider. Then we have a support, which is the Orc Thunderhoof Orc Stormcaller. And now we have our Thunderhoof Orc Chieftain, name pending, but, you know, if we want something cooler. And we're just trying to figure out how to structure this. Stampede of 1. Reaction, charge, and trample when an enemy goes prone. That seems kind of brutal. Draxus apparently is thinking the same thing. I mean, again, this assassin guy is pretty brutal. Yeah, I don't know. That's a great question. I mean, because the thing about it is, right, realistically, the chieftain should be using this ability, right, to get the most bang for their buck, right? And the play pattern, if we're actually following it, the play pattern should be the leader goes, uses fourth Earlingus, spotlights a bunch of Thunderhoof Orcs. The Thunderhoof Orcs all charge in. They all spend their stress. Now they're stuck in melee, and they can't use their AoE ability. So our boss has to show them how it's done. And he charges in, and he does an attack, or it's a passive, but I mean, he goes and does something, causing people to mark HP, which then allows him to heal the stress to his standard allies, which then allows them, when he gets a turn again, or if they go again, to be spotlighted to either charge again or to AoE again, right? And that's going to be the sort of play pattern. No. I think the ideal, if I'm correct, the ideal operating procedure would be, like, let's say this is our party. Let's say we're fighting four PCs. Now, this is assuming right now that the mount doesn't cost anything, because we haven't really figured out if the mount should cost anything. But 4 PCs means that we have 14 BP. So the leader costs 3, leaving us with 11. The support costs 1, leaving us with 10, which is enough for 5 standard adversaries. So we have 5 raiders, 1 war chief or chieftain, and 1 stormcaller. Okay. The ideal... That's from there. The ideal play pattern would be, I would think, the Stormcaller would go first, right? You could think of him as sort of praying before the battle and blessing everyone with the storm. And then the chieftain would go. And he would use 4th Earlingus so that the Thunderhoof Orcs, the raiders, could all go charging in. And then he would come in. So he would not lead from the front, which is his motive in tactics. So maybe that's not right. But the problem is the leaders never, like, spotlight themselves, do they? Can they do that? Is that a thing? Because I don't see this guy being a coward, you know? Maybe. I don't see this guy standing back. Can we bring up the assassin again? We sure can. Conair, I literally was thinking of this, and I didn't know if that was me being over hyperly finally, but I absolutely thought about this, about giving them a condition called mounted. I thought that was, I swear to God, I literally was thinking the same thing like 10 minutes ago. And exactly, because I got to it when I was like, oh, how do we check if he's mounted? And I was like, well, we could have a mounted condition. Conair, we're very much on the same page. That's a great little bit of design there. All right, here's the Master Assassin. So they can mark a stress to spotlight a number of other assassins. Now, he wants to target people who are vulnerable, because if he makes an attack against someone who's vulnerable, he can just automatically deal severe damage. And if he's hidden, it's severe direct damage. And then whenever he does that, he's going to gain another fear. Well, to be fair, like the Assassin Poisoner makes people dizzied. I mean, they use a lot of custom conditions in this game, to be clear. Oh. Michael, that's kind of hot. The problem is, if he targets the PCs, yeah, I mean, that's kind of cool. But unfortunately, yeah, so when he makes them go, so he's going to go first and spotlight his allies. They're going to go, and they have this venom from Grindletooth's venom. Anyone who marks HP from their attacks become vulnerable. So they're vulnerable, which means now his subtle blade reaction, which triggers off of him making a standard attack against a vulnerable target. So basically, he makes them go, they make everybody vulnerable, and then he comes in and uses his subtle blade to deal auto severe damage. So there is a kind of a back and forth there. But yeah, he works off of standard attacks and reactions. Yes, exactly, Don Pokey. It creates a bit of conflict with the Raiders, whose ability is far more thematically important. I agree. I mean, yeah, we could do that. If he charges, he can just spotlight a bunch of orcs to charge with him as well. I mean, that is the simplest way to do it. I don't know. I don't know that I have a good answer. Also, I don't know that I'm kind of getting really tired. You know what? We're gonna leave this. It's past 1. I'm just dead tired. We're gonna leave this for the Patreon. We're gonna finish this up in the Patreon over in our Daggerheart channel. So, if you remember the Patreon, we'll wrap this bad boy on. We'll wrap this bad boy up. I think we know what we're trying to do here. So. This stream ended up being much longer than I expected to. Of course it did. But hey, we got 2 full plus the mount template, which I think is a really cool idea still. And by the way, I do love that mounted condition. And the only reason I love the mounted condition is because now if a player wants to interact with that condition somehow, you could fictionally represent it by the guy being knocked off of his mount. I'm just not sure what the best way mechanically to allow this chieftain to work from the front here is. I also love the idea of adding some additional stuff for the chieftain where, like, you have to mark 2 armor or something like that in order to, to absorb a point of damage or something like that, or all this other stuff. So we'll do something like that. It'll be awesome. Well, congrats, Laughing Outlaw. For winning a Daggerheart box. That's pretty sick. Technically, Copper Blint did it, but he gave it up. So, it's all good. Leave a like, leave a comment. And to be fair, Leader, yeah, I think Bruiser would have been a lot easier, for sure. Oh, hey, look, I knew that was going to happen. Unfortunately, that's going to be every Thursday, basically going forward, especially if I talk about Daggerheart. So, you know what, Copperblint? Maybe Thursdays going forward, now that Campaign 4 has started, maybe Thursdays will be First Look Thursdays. So, because I think the people who want to watch campaign 4 are very different from the people who want to watch first looks. And so, yeah, I think that's actually really good, smart stuff. So Self-Confessed Cynic says, I also voted Bruiser, and for the same reason. Hey, listen. I think that's pretty cool. So yeah, we'll switch that up. But hey, thanks everybody. This was a lot of fun, and again, I'm somehow both not good at this, but also like I care too much, and obviously I think that every time I think these things are like, oh my god, that's so overtuned. I look at the stuff in the fucking book, and I go, number one, maybe people are just playing too soft. Number two, maybe people aren't figuring out the combos, because some of those things look brutal together and seem like they would be really, really nasty. But yeah. But we're Knights of Last Call, so check us out. Patreon.com/Knights of Last Call lets you join our Patreon, and our Patreon gives you access to our Discord. Discord is where everything happens, where our community games happen. It's where our mega games happen. It's where we're chatting and talking and brewing and all this other stuff. And again, by the way, I don't think necessarily that your job as a GM should be to kill your opponent, kill the enemy. I stressed this many, many times. The objective is to create a really cool, fun, engaging experience. But I am saying that for people who are playing in a very adversarial manner, I think there's definitely ways for you to kill them. But yeah. Anyways. But this is a lot of fun, and again, this is the kind of stuff that I hope to get better at, and maybe eventually produce and create some cool content for you all via maybe a zine or something like that. But obviously it takes a long time, but it's very nice when I get to work with the community. And of course, I'd love to get this stuff play tested and get it get feedback on it before we actually print or publish it. In fact, that's kind of one of the reasons why I want to do a zine through the Patreon, is because that way you sign up for the Patreon, you get access to the zine, you help, create it, you build it, you play it, maybe even in our mega campaign eventually that will hopefully create of Daggerheart, jokingly called Dagger Reaches. And then once we get all the kinks worked out, we can actually sell it, maybe kickstart it, get it physically printed, right? And that way we don't put any, paper to, ink to paper until we've actually gotten, a couple dozen reps with it. And honestly, I think a lot of the stuff that's getting printed right now for Daggerheart, it's probably not being play tested at all, other than maybe got white roomed, or maybe like the person soloed and played against themselves or something like that, which I guess is better than nothing. But again, I'd love to see some of this stuff get, used in a real campaign and context. So, all right. Well, shout out. Thanks to everybody. This was a great, fun stream. We again, especially since we're up against the critical roles here, but shout out to Agile Monk, Copper Blint. Shout out to Draxus. Shout out to Philip, Self-Confessed Cynic, Boothby, Travis, Aaron, Klopster, Zrel, Captain Smitty, and Edward, who all kicked us off. And, it was kind of a community effort today. I really, really appreciate you all. We went a little extra long because you guys tipped and super chatted. And obviously, hopefully, maybe the beginning part of the stream was useful for you, because we were talking about my 3x3 alignment method for creating demi-human factions. And then we actually did manage to create 2 adversaries, a new concept of a template, and then half of a final adversary, because it's a leader and it's a little complicated. We want to make sure we get it right. We're going to do that on the Discord. We're going to do that through our Patreon. So yeah, I don't know when we'll be back next. Again, regarding our Daggerheart actual play, there's been a little bit of bump in the road. We had 3 players lined up. One of those players is going to be really busy with family stuff going forward and probably has to withdraw. So I don't know if we're going to replace him. Are we going to figure out how to do it with 2 people? I don't know what we're going to do. We know we want to play in person. So even if we can't get Daggerheart actual play immediately to the table, I know that Bob and I and some of the other guys want to at least play stuff here in the studio, get other people on the screen besides fucking me. Even if it's just us playing Hackmaster, or us just shooting the shit or something like that, just to bring back some more of that nightlife vibe and stream. That'd be really fun. So 6-hour stream for me to design 2.5 adversaries. Yeah, so that's a really nice thing here. Michael, if I can find the players for it, that's really what it comes down to. If I can find the players, again, like I was saying before, I don't know how these other actual plays do it. It's either Critical Role in Dimension 20, where they're paying their people, tens of thousands of dollars a session, I'm sure, or I'm guessing that a lot of the people who do this are mostly single, unmarried, no kids, no responsibilities, just having fun, living life. Or maybe they're, in their 40s like me and are single and have no kids and not married, and they're a weirdo. But yeah, so, anyways, it's just one of those things where I'm like, I don't know how these other people have time for it, but most of my friends are married and with children, or divorced with children, or no children, but they've got ailing parents and a husband or a wife or whatever, and they're just there's no way that they can just commit to these type of things with any sort of regularity. I don't know how people do it in YouTube channels with these shows, unless they're all 23 and they're all like, hey, we're all single, let's make a YouTube show. So maybe this would have worked a lot better when I was 25. In fact, it probably would have worked a lot better when I was 25, but hey, time came late for me. All right, everybody, that's going to do it for me. I don't know when we're going to be back next. Keep your eyes peeled. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you ring the bell. Check us out, patreon.com/nightsLessCall. Shout out and much love to all my patrons. Again, just the other day, October 1st, technically, was the first day that we ever made a video as Night's Last Call 5 years ago. Now, that video didn't get published until November, but the first time we actually got together as a group to film our very first session of Rise of the Rune Lords was October 1st, 2020, right when we were still in the heart of COVID. And it's been a wild ride. It's been a fun ride. Look at us now making monsters for Daggerheart. Not even a glint in anyone's eye back then. All right, we'll see you next time on Knights of Last Call. Good night, everybody. Peace out. Oh, that's not me. Hey, what's going on?